All right, there we there we go. All right, finally. So I feel like I'm mostly just gonna like just do ranking once, and then like probably like never touch it again. That's what I feel like I'm gonna do. I'm not sure like what I'm gonna use my free core on, but I'll probably just use it for someone that's meta or whatever like that. I technically have AR-18 right now because I have all the crates. I just haven't opened up my crates yet because I like to open up my crates all at once. So the only one I need to really farm for right now is M240, which I'll get there eventually. We still got like a couple days left. Yeah, we still got a few days. I got the I got like the other new bitches though. I just got a CMR30 like last night, and then I got Saiga like 4 days ago. So yeah. And then we just gotta wait till a couple days for like new office gacha to get in the game. September 1st is gonna be like the Nier Automata collaboration in Nikkei. Not sure if I really plan on live streaming that, mostly because like it's not like I'll be able to do the whole entire event anyway. Like it takes like almost like a week minimum to actually like play through the story of Nikkei, since like you're usually like regulated by how many tickets you got. But maybe not a week, it's more like 3 days actually. Assuming the Nier Automata collab is going to be the same as the other, as all the other events, then it'll take 3 days minimum to get through the entire like first chapter story. Assuming it's going to be 2 chapters. I don't know if it's going to be 2 chapters or 1 chapter. It's a collab, so I assume it's going to be 2 chapters. So it's going to be like 1 week to do the first chapter, and it'll take a minimum of 3 days without spending gems. I mean, you could do it in 1 day if you spend gems, I think. But like, why would you want to spend gems? You want to save your gems. I'm pretty sure I did all my dailies off stream. Yeah, I did. Yep, I did these. These are fine. Cool. All right then. Oh, cool. That's like one of the new girls. I could have sworn that you could pick them up. Oh, you can. There we go. I can't pick her up for some reason. There we go. Yeah, she's level 1. He's level 1. Like, you gotta click on them in like in the right way. There we go. All right. I'm not abusing the dolls. I'm not abusing them. I just want to pick them up. I just want to pick them up. So like the only thing that's left now is like just like a bunch of the side stories, because these are not the main story. The main story is finished, and the rest of these are technically more of flashbacks. So could always look at the Baba Lupa story if I want to or whatever. I already made I already like did all the did all this shit here. I don't need to do this one anymore because I got all the custom drop girls and shit. So I just need to go and get the machine gun bitch, and then I'll be good. And then there's the ranky thingy. That's all that's left. That's all that's left. And then after that, then I guess there's Nikkei's Automata collab, which I kind of don't care about, but I guess I'll see if the Automata girls are any good, like 2B and 2A. I'm actually really hoping they're not meta because I don't care about Automata. So if they're not meta, then like I don't have to give a shit about them. But if they are meta, then that means I have to give a shit about them. But I just got Anis's lightning summer thing, so I don't want to have to care about that. Defend for at least 5 turns. You can only accept 3 missions. Accept 1 mission, accept 2 mission, accept 4 missions, but I can only accept 3 though. These are one-way streets. These are one-way streets. Those are also one-way streets. And there's a bunch of like red helipads like next to me that I cannot get to. I can't get to all of those. This is indeed the first ranking, and this is probably going to be the only ranking I do, honestly. Like, I really don't plan on doing it again, like on Monday, because Tuesday is the server maintenance. So, like, whether or not I want to do it again, like Monday or off stream, I don't think I want to do it again. I don't feel like I want to do it again. We got Team Morningstar. We got Team Noonday Star. Noonday just sounds so weird. Then we have Midnight, and then we have Even Star, whatever. So I just finished off all of It's kind of weird that she even has like a fucking civilian name when I don't even think we ever used the civilian name one time. Villanelle? Villanelle? Nobody ever calls her that. What was the point of giving her like a fucking civilian name? It's like the first time we meet her, she's already in like her fucking Naito mode or whatever like that. I mean, like, she is like in the background sometimes in her civilian clothing, but no one ever, she doesn't even talk to anybody. Like, no one even acknowledges her existence until like she becomes like a Naito or whatever like that. And then we just call her Naito name. Even here, she's in her civilian clothing. We just call her Terrace. There was literally 0 point to calling her Villanelle? Villanelle? It's in the name too. Villino? I already know. Yeah, I know. I already know about the ranking map. Ricky spoiled it for me, like in the very first stream. Yeah, I think in the very first stream, I think Ricky already spoiled it. I don't give a shit about Nikolai. I already know Nikolai is gonna die. And I already know Baba Lupa's gonna die. So it's like, I guess I kind of care about Ragosa. And, like... Susanna doesn't get one? It's kind of ass. Because Susanna is the ranking map. She doesn't get one? I would have loved a Susanna side story. There's a side story for Catherine, and there's a side story for Pavel. That's kind of bull, because Susanna was the one I was looking forward to the most, but she doesn't get one. She don't get one. Hashtag civilian model is civilian model. I'm still disappointed that, like, we have not ever seen Marlo, like, ever come back. Is she still there? Is she still fucking there? It felt like she was like fucking important. She felt like she was important. I mean, Kei's important. What about her? Like, it kind of feels like she just got forgotten about. It's like, oh yeah, I have a fucking illegal civilian bot. I just never bring her out and shit. She's the exact same model as Susanna. That feels important. This feels fucking ass important, but it's not. Even though Kei's in the fucking game. And also, like, we only have Kei, like, in his fucking hobo clothing. We don't even have Kei, like, in his, like, state sec uniform. And where's Jay? Where the fuck is Jay? Like, we got, like, the new adjuvant shit, like what, 3 updates ago? And, like, that's cool and all. I mean, even fucking Havier is here. Who the fuck cares about Havier? We haven't seen Havier's ass in, like, forever. And then we have old Angie. Where's the new Angie? I want new Angie. I don't know, because like, it seemed like they were going somewhere with Marlo because she's illegal. She's been illegally modified. I felt like that could have been like that could have been like a story point or whatever. Cause she's stronger than a civilian doll. Like, she's meant to be a civilian model, but like she has a fire control core like in her when like she's not supposed to have a fire control core. So like it kind of felt like she would have been used for something, like I don't know, like maybe stealth missions or whatever. Cause that'd be kind of cool. Like she could have been like alone with Moridao or something. And then like, yeah, Moridao's a Naito, don't get me wrong, but like maybe she could have been with like a hostage for like Paradius, and they're like, oh, she's just a civilian doll, what's she gonna do? And then like, I don't know, maybe she could take out like some low-level Paradius soldiers by herself. And it's like, surprise, bitches! Like, my master like illegally modified me, or whatever like that. But then like, we never saw her again though. We never saw her again. And we know she didn't die. She didn't die or anything like that. She just like hasn't been written about like ever since though. Another thing too is that like I kind of wish we got to see more like K and J kind of feel like secondary characters now. I kind of wish we got to see more about like what they do in their spare time and shit. I mean, J definitely feels much more main character-ish than K. K actually, he downgraded in my opinion. K was interesting, like in his hobo days, but now that K is like a regular state sec agent, he kind of feels like he's there to give like overall like plot convenience to like the commander and shit. He feels less of a main character than J does. Like, I like J's character more than K. I like that J's like very hot-headed. J feels like an actual protagonist. K is very by the book. Like, K's like, J, we have to follow the rules. We have to follow the rules, J. And J's all like, I don't give a shit about the rules. I want to go save my subordinate. I gotta go save Light. And K's like, no, there's a right way and the wrong way to do things. And then Light died. Or whatever. Also, like, K's like very kiss-ass too. Like Jay was willing to like risk his job to go and do things the right way. Like, Jay could be a commander, honestly. I feel like Jay is like very emotional, and K is actually really good at hiding his emotions. That's why K is like really good at being a state sec agent. But like, yeah, K definitely downgraded for me. Also, was anybody even asking for a Havier advocate? Like, was anybody asking for this? Like, fuck. This is a fucking joke right here. I mean, if we have Havier, then where the fuck is Carter? Would there even be any reason to put Carter as an advocate? Where's Carter? Where's Yigar? If you're gonna have fucking Havier in here, then where's Carter? Where's Carter and Yigar? I'm still waiting for like an M16 advocate. I'm still waiting for that. Technically during the New Year's anniversary thingy, we did get an M16 special thingy. Technically. Yeah, I remember like if you did the M16, if you did the M16 advocate, it actually was It was SF M16. It wasn't regular M16, I remember. And then like M4 like literally talked to you like through a goddamn hologram. She talked to you through a fucking phone call. She's like, oh, I can't be there. I can't be there for the fucking anniversary, but like, I can't tell you where I'm at, but like, it's good to see you, Commander. And I hope you have a good anniversary or whatever shit like that. And then Kalina too. Kalina is also was a hologram. She was all like, oh, I'm still in the hospital. I'm still in the hospital, but like, I wish I could be there. And shit. Javier is like, why does my doll has autism? Yo, you designed them, Javier. There's something wrong with like most of these T-dolls, honestly. Like a good portion of them are like, they act way too human. Some of these T-dolls like outright have like addictions. You got like the alcoholics. You also have like the smokers. You also have like the compulsive collectors and shit like that. Javier made them way too realistic. It's Javier's fault. I was like, guys, let's make a fucking doll that's like obsessed with the occult or whatever. It's like, why? It's like, because we can. She believes in magic. Magic. And then 40 was a fucking tablet. I didn't even think they'd do it. I didn't think they'd do it, but they actually did. It's like, oh, thank you for walking around with me in like my tablet form, Shiki-Kon. I hope that you're continue to support 45 or whatever shit like that. And then she lives in your computer too. She's also in like the fucking Commander's like home computer. So she's basically like Jarvis from Iron Man. She lives in the fucking network, basically. She's already like expanded herself. So like, I don't get why we can't just give her a fucking T-doll body. Like, can't we just do that? Can't we just do that then? I mean, like, if she can be an AI, then like we literally have her body. I mean, like, it's not her original body, but we literally have this though. We have this. So like, can't she just upload herself into this and then like, it'll be like as if like she was alive again? I mean, even though they did explain that technically it's not the real 40, it's 45's memory. It's her memory of 40. But like, that's kind of the same thing though. That's kind of the same thing. So like, might as well just like put her like in an actual T-doll. Doesn't seem like it'd be too hard, honestly. I mean, I'm sure Dandelion could do it. I wonder like how much like fucking terabytes or petabyte of space like Dandelion and like M4 have like in their NeuroCloud. Because like they literally had the whole entire fucking base like inside their head. Dandelion's all like, oh, I got the fucking headspace for that. You want me to just back up everybody? It's like, oh, okay. So technically everybody lives rent-free inside Dandelion. Dandelion is like a fucking walking server. Which makes no sense to me, honestly. Both Dandelion and N4 can do that. But like, I feel like that doesn't make sense either, because like, Persicaria's not that smart, actually. Persicaria is not that smart. So like, there's no way that the fucking like anti-rain girls like have some sort of like secret tech in them. Like, they're just basically like above average T-dolls. Because like, Persicaria's not trying to make a fucking Naito like William is. Dandelion only makes sense because she took Nemojin's body. That's why Dandelion makes sense. M4 makes no sense at all. Unless M4 like got like a Naito body that they didn't explain yet, then there is absolutely no reason why M4 can do all the shit that she does in her regular body. This is technically Dandelion. It's the Nemojin body. Nemojin is technically the Dandelion body. That's why she could do so much shit. So, unless M4 took the Murkrow's body, which I'm pretty sure didn't happen, because Murkrow's got her fucking head blown off, then, like, what? Like, did M4 just fucking start cannibalizing, like, Naito? Did she start cannibalizing, like, Isamers and shit? Isamers and, or, like, fucking, like, Naitos? Is that why she's different? Because that's what Satmod does. Satmod be taking, like, different parts from, like, SF, and she's, like, attaching them to her body. That's what Satmod does. But it actually makes no sense why M4 can do the shit that she does. Persica followed the original Lunacia plans. The thing is that, like, compared to Nikke, where, like, Nikke have, like, quote-unquote, like, black boxes or whatever, like, on their persons, like, they never really... I don't think they ever really fully, explain if, like, any of, like, the anti-rain girls, like, have any black boxes in them. We know that U45 has black boxes, but, like, other than Rose 65, which is technically, like, a new generation of T-Doll, technically, when she made M4 is using, like, an older generation. Rose 65 is the first of her kind. She's the first of the new generation of T-Dolls. M4 is... they're using the same generational tech as, like, Satmod or, like, Star and shit like that. And we haven't seen M4 cannibalize Naitos or whatever. So, like, unless it's all mental, her body should be the same as, like, the bodies of, like, Satmod, or I guess Team Defy, because Team Defy also helped out too in their Digimon upgrade. So, like, unless it's all mental, I mean, like, I don't know, like, I feel like we're going into, like, some, like, weird sci-fi creepy tech now. If Persica actually did use some sort of weird hybrid Naito tech that, like, hasn't been explained in the game yet. So, like, unless it's gonna be, like, a Digimon 5 or, like, a Digimon 6 to, like, explain, like, why M4 is so weird, it doesn't really make much sense to me, like, why she can do what she does. She doesn't look that different. She legit does not look that much different compared to, like, Satmod and, like, Star 15. Because the thing is that, like, she was already doing weird stuff, like, prior to, like, Isamur and things like that. Or playing the Radiation. Like, she's already, like, doing weird shit. And the thing is that, like, I kind of, like, already, like, acknowledge that, like, everything with M4 kind of is mental. Because when she was, like, before her Digimon, when she was before the Digimon thing, like, it was all like, oh, like, M4, you need to let go. You need to let go of your inhibitions or whatever like that. When it was, like, prior to Digimon. And then, like, after she got her Digimon, she was all like, oh, okay, like, I understand now. And holy shit, that's the death stack now? Really? I feel like I could take this out now. That's not even, like, a good death stack anymore. One of these days, I kind of, like, want to go back and, like, redo a lot of old stages just to see, like, how bad the power creep is. Some old death stacks aren't even death stacks anymore. They're, like, fucking regular enemies now. The power creep is real. And also, like, I haven't actually done, like, a lot of missions just because, like, I was too lazy. I mean, the hard missions anyway. It's like when she had that fight with Dandelion, like, she was all like, oh, guess what? I can fly now. I can fly. I have, like, fucking force fields and shit like that. It's like, damn, M4, you're holding out on this. It's like, how come you weren't using that shit before? And M4 fucking holding out. Ah, I remember this. M4 set on Eliminate. We gotta rescue 45. There's Cord over there. Man, I was so disappointed by Cord. It's like I legit thought that Cord was gonna get spoken lines during Isomer, and instead she said one line. Cord literally said one line of text, and then an Isomer knocked her out. And then like she said nothing. It was Desert Eagle. It was like the fucking Desert Eagle episode. I know that Desert Eagle is like the squad leader or whatever, which they tend to always make handguns. Handguns are always squad leaders, but like I was still disappointed that Cord did not get any spoken lines. Not any real spoken lines anyway. Okay, so I finished that. And then I guess apparently we find out like why like Lucas is a fucking Shota T-doll or whatever. And then like I feel like I don't give a shit about Nikolai and Babaluba because I know they don't live anyway. And then Catherine seems like she'd be fun. And then Pavel is probably going to be a sob story about, like, why he's trying to find Aiden or whatever for, like, his master or some shit. And she's probably going to die anyway, so, like, it doesn't actually matter. Alright, Catherine. What makes you tick? What makes you tick? Day 173 Tetsamaru Awakening. That's not a long time. That's like half a year. Because a year is like 300 days or whatever. So 365 days? I'm gonna look this up. Days in a year. 365. 365. So like half a year. Only half a year since she's been awakened. She solemnly carves a notch into the crumbling white wall using a playing card. Flakes of plaster dust her fingers and eventually land on the concrete floor. When she is done, she takes a step back to take in her handiwork. A notch that extends from the bottom of the wall up to her own height. Training. She retracts her gaze and walks robotically over to the poker table. A schedule has been set for her every single day. She is not allowed to deviate from that schedule for even a second. Whoosh. A deck of playing cards flutter like butterflies in her sacred hand, in her scarred hand. Well, now I get why Catherine likes playing cards so much. Now I get it. Mistress, I am ready. An AI hologram appears at the poker table. The hologram sits emotionally on a chair and stares intently at the cards, but she knows that this AI exists to point out her mistakes. This is your final train simulation. If you pass, you'll be allowed to participate in real games. The AI today has undergone a comprehensive upgrade and absorbed the strategies of the most active card sharps in recent years. Its skills are on a whole new level compared to before, so don't get careless. Understood. Then let's get started. Commencing train simulation 584. The dealer deals the cards to the AI and the doll. The AI's up card is the Ace of Diamonds, while hers is the King of Clubs. Opening with 3 million. The ante is 3,000. Opening with such a large bet means that the AI has plenty of confidence. She peers at her down card, King of Spades, forming a pair of kings. But if the AI is holding another ace, then fold. Showing my hand. The AI flips her down card, 3 of Clubs. Her hand would have been no match for the pair of kings. Another game. She looks up at the AI, who returns her gaze coldly. The AI's eyes are utterly unreadable. This is the first time she has failed to glean any information from the AI. The minutes tick by, and stack after stack of chips shift from her side of the table to the AI's. She is feeling rather desperate. Every attempt to deceive the AI or to copy the AI strategy is countered. In other words, she is at her wit's end. I was not expecting this kind of fucking backstory for Catherine. She peels up at the corner of her down card and glances at the AI's up cards. I've lost. Her neural cloud is consumed by this thought. It's over. The AI reveals her down card. Ace of Hearts. Royal Flush. Clatter. She has run out of chips. The AI disappears, and a cold female voice speaks. You failed. I'm sorry. I should have practiced more. You will return to the original training program starting from tomorrow. Understood. I will not disappoint you again, mistress. Day 231 since her awakening. Alright, so it's not been a year still. We're 2/3 of the way. She solemnly carves a notch into the crumbling white wall using a playing card, then stares at it for a long time. You know, playing cards are actually they're quite hard. I remember seeing like videos of like card throwers, like professional card throwers, and that's actually a fucking thing, which I don't even know how people even get that as a job, but like people throw playing cards as like watermelons and shit. Like playing cards can fucking kill someone, man. People be throwing playing cards into like watermelons or like fruit. Like I seen a video of like a guy slicing a banana with like a playing card. Imagine that banana was your fucking dick. Like there are guys out there that can like throw a card at your dick and slice it off. Playing cards are no joke. They're fucking weapons, man. And then, like, I also seen a video, too, where, like, a guy has a playing card, and, like, he throws it, like, in a basketball hoop, and he's able to, like, do that for, like, the whole deck and shit. I think I also seen a video, too, where, like, there's a guy who, like, actually throws a playing card through a watermelon. It was a small watermelon, but he throws it straight through a watermelon. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. If I remember right, I think Mythbusters tested if you can, like, actually get killed by a throwing card or whatever like that. It's like, the answer was, like, no. You cannot be killed by a playing card. But at the very least, you would take damage, though. And, like, I guess you could die of blood loss if someone threw enough cards at you. Because those cards can definitely make you bleed. So, like, if you just got thrown a lot of cards and, like, didn't get bandaged up, I guess you would die eventually. But you probably die of, like, germs and shit. Like, before you die of blood loss, you probably get infected first before you, actually got killed by those playing cards. I mean, I don't know. I mean, how much blood would you lose if someone cut your dick off with a playing card? I mean, I imagine you'd probably, like, go into shock or something before you actually manage to get infected. That just freaks me out. Anyway, Catherine and playing cards. Today, she is given a second chance to prove herself. Mistress, I am ready. No answer comes in the silent basement. She shuffles the deck of cards, and the butterfly dances once more in her hands. There won't be any training today. There is a tightening in her chest, and the cards fall all over the floor. Why? The metal door of the basement opens. Come out. I have other plans for you. She stares at the exit that has never dared approach, not with anticipation, but with terror. Tension fills the air as she walks towards the exit with the heavy steps. How much germs would be on the playing card, though? I mean, like, I'm not really counting the germs on the playing card. I'm mostly counting, like, the germs just, like, in the air itself or something. I mean, like, unless the guy throwing the playing card was, like, really dirty. Like, unless he had, like, really dirty hands or something. But, yeah, like, mostly, like, I'm just, like, saying that, like, the playing card can't kill you, but, like, you get, like, a lot of cuts, though. And, like, if you got, like, thrown enough cards and you didn't bandage up all the nicks, you know, you would just die of, like, infection or something. I mean, like, again, that's assuming you're not taking the time to bandage yourself up or whatever. But, like, I remember that, Mythbusters, though, when they tested it out, I think even, like, the best card thrower, he went, like, fucking, like, 1 inch deep in, like, a human or something. Which is kind of significant, to be fair. Like, going 1 inch deep in your skin is definitely pretty bad. So, and that's with a regular playing card. If you were to give those guys, like actual shurikens, you'd probably die. That's my job. It's like, what do you do for a living? I'm a professional card thrower. It's like, is that all you do? It's like, yep, I get paid to throw playing cards. It's like, how much money do you make doing that? I get paid like $200,000 a year for doing that. I don't know. I would imagine that, like, in order to even land that as a job, like, you'd have to be like in the top 1 percentile or something. There's like fucking competitions on like whoever can throw playing cards in the most deadliest of fashion. It's like you got people slicing watermelons and like bananas and apples. Like, it's like Fruit Ninja. It really is like Fruit Ninja. You got all these guys throwing cards at like fruits and shit. And then like how far they can throw a card in like ballistics gel. And some of them get like pretty far. They get pretty far in ballistics gel. And then if I remember right, like they actually do have like weaponized playing cards. Like that's actually a thing. Like they're made out of like sheet metal or something. They're not made out of plastic anymore. I mean, they're basically shurikens at that point. The mistress is leaning against the wall, a cigarette glowing softly between her fingers. There, that's the one. In the great hall is a man in a recycling worker's uniform. He is looking her up and down, trying to come up with a valuation. Mistress, please give me another chance. I've told you, stop calling me mistress. Call me Miss Catherine. I'm sorry, Miss Catherine. Please give me another chance. You've already done very well. Let me play against the AI again. I'm confident that I can beat her this time. This actually kind of makes me wonder, how come she couldn't just upload the AI into Catherine's body? I mean, if the AI is so good at playing cards, couldn't Catherine just like absorb the AI or something? I mean, they're both AIs. I mean, like, I guess the whole purpose of this test is to, like, make sure that, like, the T-doll can, like, self-learn, I guess. But, like, I don't know, like, I kind of feel like if you already have, like, a fucking AI, just put them inside the T-doll bot. And then, like, you could, like, teach them humanity or something, like, afterwards. I mean, isn't that something that all T-dolls should be able to do, though? Like, shouldn't all T-dolls should be able to, like, absorb, like, AI programs or something? If I had like a really good like chess AI, it's like, can't like any T-doll just absorb the chess AI and then like every T-doll can play chess afterwards? Why would you need the T-doll to learn how to play chess when like there's a perfectly good AI right there? Basically, it should be like the Matrix, because like in the Matrix, like any human with like the fucking jack-in plug, they can like absorb information through the disc or something. I feel like that's how T-doll should work. Like, it's like, oh, like, I have, like, this chess algorithm, so I'm just gonna upload it into, like, all these fucking T-dolls, and now everybody can play chess. And then, like, once all the T-dolls have, like, the basic algorithm, then, like, they could just, like, you know, like, learn more afterwards. You know, like, they could, like, make their own experiences or whatever. Miss Catherine does not answer. She simply gives her a pitying smile, while puffing out smoke through her lips. The valuation is complete. Would you like to check the figure now? Sure. Yep, that'll do. Then I'll be taking the doll. The recycling worker takes out a shackle and reset device. Dread fills her as she stumbles up to Miss Catherine. I beg you, please give me a chance. I've been practicing a lot more in the last few days. My skill in psychological warfare still needs honing, but I am now an expert at cheating in poker. I guess we know why Catherine gets her name. Miss Catherine is still flashing her enigmatic smile. This has nothing to do with your ability. I simply have no more use for you. What do you mean? Physical gambling has basically gone out of fashion. The gambling addicts have all moved online. Online gambling makes it much easier for them to conceal their identity and money flow. Which means the stuff that you are practicing now is totally pointless. And you are now worthless to me. The code shackle is fastened around her neck, and she is dragged towards the door. It baffles her that all the effort she has put in since her creation can be dismissed by just a few simple words. As a doll who knows nothing but how to cheat in poker, she simply cannot wrap her head around this. Wait, Miss Catherine. Yes, Miss Seance? A slender woman appears up the stairs briskly. Remember how I asked Miss Maggie to tell you that I was looking for a doll partner? Ah, and that's how Maggie and Catherine get their names. Don't tell me you're thinking about this one. She's good with cards, no? Then surely simple tricks like flipping switches and spooking people with cards won't be a challenge for her. I suppose. With a partner, the seance room will have double the capacity, and the revenue it generates will also see a significant increase. Fine, save your gish galloping for our investors. You can take this doll. I'll explain this to Maggie. Thank you, Miss Catherine. After thanking the mistress, the doll named Miss Seance walks up to her. Please release her. Miss Catherine, are we terminating this transaction then? Sorry, it's called off for now, but I'll still pay your visiting fee. The shackle's undone. Even though she has only been restrained for a short minutes, she has now understand how precious freedom is. Why are you hearing some Wild West song? Because you are hearing a Wild West song. Let's go, Miss Poker. You got a lot of new things to learn. Miss Poker? Yes, Poker is all you know, so that makes you Miss Poker. Understood. I am Miss Poker. Haha. Quite the uptight one, aren't you? As she follows behind the chuckling Miss Seance on her way to a new room, it suddenly occurs to her. I now have my very own name. Miss Poker has always been a little slow in the uptake. It also takes her a very long time to figure out why Miss Seance decided to save her. Ooh, furniture that I don't need. The seance room. It is currently out of business hours. The candles are unlit in a vast and empty room. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Miss Seance swirls the cheap liquor in her glass. You remember everything I told you? Yes, would you like me to repeat it? Nah. Miss Seance takes a sip from her glass and savors the spiciness of the liquor. Little surprises are what makes seances so eerie and enthralling. I understand. I'll watch your cues and act accordingly. Splendid. I'll be counting on you, Miss Poker. Miss Seance stows her wine glass away and swaggers up to the door. She lights the candles along the way. All right. Do you have any further instructions for me? Miss Seance turns around and winks at her mischievously. Don't tell the mistresses about my drinking. Understood. Creak. While Miss Seance is away getting dressed and applying her makeup, Miss Poker conceals herself in the dark and waits silently for their customers of the day. Several minutes later, the door opens again. Miss Seance leads a sad woman into the candlelit room. Please take a seat, madam. Miss Seance shoots Miss Poker a look, telling her to get ready. Is it really possible to converse with the dead here? Very much so. What do I have to do? Please place your index finger on this planchet. The woman does as she is told and puts her finger on the planchet shaped like a teardrop. Miss Seance does the same. She moves the planchet to the center of the Ouija board, away from all the numbers and letters on the Ouija board. Are you ready? Do it. I shall begin the seance then. O wandering spirits, heed my heart and answer my summon. Hearing her cue, Miss Poker throws a card. The dim and flickering candlelight is extinguished. Ah! Don't be afraid. I need you to focus on saying the prayer with me. You will only receive an answer if you pray with sincerity. I understand. Oh, wandering spirits, this lady's beloved has gone missing. Please heed her question. Pose your question, madam. Please tell me, where is my beloved? Squeak, squeak. The planchet starts sliding slowly across the Ouija board. As it moves from letter to letter, the answer soon becomes apparent. Not far. So, your beloved is still close by. And how do I find him? Please direct your question reverently to the Ouija board. Just so you know, I only have enough spiritual power for 3 questions. Right. Could you please tell me how I could find my beloved? Squeak, squeak. The planchette moves slowly across the Ouija board again. Wait. I've been waiting for so long. I'm starting to lose hope. Really, really come back to me? I don't even know if he still loves me. Squeak, squeak. The planchette slowly guides towards. Yes. An answer is in the affirmative. Really? Despite the positive answer, the lady does not seem particularly comforted. She looks just as dejected as she did when she first entered the room. Miss Seance glances at Miss Poker. Yo, no joke though. Okay, do you guys know like how many psychics we have here in Vegas? And like, okay, like, no, this is what I hate. This is like really what I hate though. Like, there's so many people, and they're not being paid to say this. Like, they generally are being honest. They're like, oh, thanks to the psychics, like, I've stopped smoking, or whatever like that. It's like, really? Like, there's so many people, like, they're like, oh, because of all the psychics, like, I went to like 5 sessions, or 2 sessions, and it's like, I stopped smoking, I stopped drinking, and like, I become like a better person. And it's like, wait. You're willing to listen to like a fucking stranger, but you're not willing to listen to your family. Because like, I'm sure your family was telling you to stop smoking, to stop drinking, and to be a better person. But somehow you were still like an asshat. And then like, you went to a psychic, and all of a sudden you're becoming a better person? Like, how does that make fucking sense, you know? It's like psychologists are different though. Psychologists are different because like you go to a psychologist and then like, you tell them your troubles, and then they kind of like tell you how to work through it. But a psychic is different though. A psychic be giving you like weird answers. And then somehow people are more willing to believe a psychic than they are to like a licensed practitioner, you know, like a psychiatrist or like a doctor or something. And funny enough, here in Vegas anyway, psychics actually get paid more money than like doctors do, and like even like psychiatrists do here in Vegas. Like, I met some psychics here in Vegas that like make about like 300K like a year or some shit like that. And I met doctors that only make about like 80K a year or something. Like, some of the psychics here in Vegas, they're like millionaires. Like, they are legit millionaires or whatever. They live in like really big houses and stuff like that. And it's because people are willing to listen to psychics rather than listen to a doctor. Like the doctor says, oh, like, you need to take red meat out of your diet because like it's killing you. And then like the person's like, oh, but like I really like to eat steak. It's like, yeah, well, I'm telling you that like if you continue to eat steak, it'll kill you or something like that. And they're like, oh, I guess I'll die. Like people don't listen to doctors. And then like they go to a psychic, and you know what the psychic would tell them? The psychic would be like, oh, your dead brother from beyond the grave, he is telling you to like stop eating red meat because he wants you to live a good life with your wife and daughter. And then he'll listen. Like, he won't listen to the doctor who is telling him not to eat red meat anymore. He'll listen to a psychic that says his dead brother is telling him to stop eating red meat. And then that's what stops him from eating red meat. And then like the doctor visitation may have costed him like, you know, it's America. So like the doctor visitation costed him like $1,000, right? But the psychic though, the psychic visitation costed him like $5,000. And he's willing to listen to the psychic now. It's all like, bro, I'm in the wrong fucking business, man. Like, I should have been a psychic. I should have been the goddamn psychic, man. Psychics make a lot of money. They do. They make a lot of money. And like, okay, so there is like psychic schools like here in Vegas, and like I legit kind of want to go to one now because like I don't know what even that entails. Like, what is psychic school? What do you learn? What do you even learn in psychic school? I don't even get that. Like is it real? Is it real? Like if I go to psychic school, like are they gonna teach me how to like fucking like communicate with spirits and shit? And like are they gonna teach me to like bend a fucking spoon with my mind? I don't know, but there are psychic schools here, and like it's like over like it's like legit over like $800 to like go to psychic class or whatever. I think it's like almost like a $100 or $200 like a session or something. And like, I think an entire semester of psychic school costs you at least like $1,500 or something. And then like, you get that money back once you become a licensed psychic, whatever that means. I don't know what that means to become like a licensed psychic, but there are billboards though. We do have a lot of billboards here in Vegas where like, it's like, oh, I am like Madam Eve. And like, I have like a lot of customers where like they're very happy after they go to one of my sessions or whatever like that. And then like, obviously some people are paid off to say certain things, but there is legitimately like an overwhelming amount of people that are not being paid to say good things about psychics though. Like they were like, oh, I was able to talk to like my dead sister or my dead mother, like after going to a psychic session. Or like, no, this is also real too. Like, you know how like people go to couples therapy because, you know, like they're having a bad relationship? It's like, oh, my husband doesn't listen to me. Or like my wife is too naggy or something. Well, it's like, why go to couples therapy when you could go to a psychic instead? And then like, they're more willing to listen to the psychic than listen to like, again, a fucking psychologist or whatever like that, you know? It's like, they go to a psychic and be like, the psychic be like, oh, what ails you, my young couple? And then like, they'll be like, oh, like, we're not getting along recently or whatever like that. And the psychic will be like, oh, I can fix your relationship or whatever like that. So like, they go to the psychic for like 5 sessions. And those 5 sessions probably cost like $10,000. And then like at the end, they're like, oh, like me and my husband, we have like a better sex life now because like we went to the psychic like a few times. It's like, what did she tell you? What did the psychic tell you that you weren't willing to listen to a doctor or like to a psychiatrist for or whatever like that, you know? It's like, we were on the verge of divorce. We almost got divorced until like we went to a psychic. And then the psychic told us like, just don't do it. And we're like, okay, cool, we're not gonna do it no more. And now everything is fine or whatever shit like that. It's like, is it real? Like, am I the dumb one here? Shit, I'm about to go to psychic school, guys. I'm gonna save up my money. I'm about to go pay for psychic school. I'm gonna be a licensed psychic, guys. Is there a telekinesis school too? Like, can I learn how to like fucking move shit with my mind? I'm about to pay for those classes. I'm about to get my license. I'll be like, ooh, welcome to Tetsamaru's Love Shack. I can find whatever ails you. Ah, I see. You wish to communicate with your long-lost brother. I can do that for you. But I only have enough energy. I only have enough spiritual energy for 2 sessions. And each session costs $2,000 each. Are you sure you want to utilize my skills? It's like, yes, please. I haven't seen my brother in years. I must use your special abilities to talk to my long-lost brother or shit. And it's like, ah, yes, I can see. Your brother, he is in New York right now. It's like, why is he in New York? It's like, your brother, it looks like he's in debt. He's in debt with some loan sharks. He needs your help. He needs your help. You must go to New York or whatever like that. It's like, ah, thank you, Psychic. Thank you, Psychic Tetsamaru. Here's your money. I must go see my long-lost brother now. Like, okay, what's crazy though is, it doesn't, at least it doesn't sound like it's complicated as like some shamanistic stuff. And that's not my practice some places in Beanerland. Because like, what's weird is that like, here in Vegas especially, a lot of psychics, they have like a 90 percentile like approval rate. Like basically, they have like 10% bad reviews, but they have 90% though. They have like 90% good reviews. And like, if you read the reviews, again, obviously some are probably like fake, but like, there's so many of them that they all can't be fake. And you read shit like, oh, like, you know, like, I became a better person, or like, it saved my marriage, or like, okay, here's some of the bullshit ones that like, I don't believe in, but like, it's like, oh, like my grandpa left a safe in our family basement, and he died without giving anyone the combination. And then like, we went to a psychic, and the psychic was able to tell us the combination. And it's all like, I don't believe that story. But if that's real though, then like, fuck, maybe psychics are real then. Like, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. It's kind of hard to tell, like, sometimes like which of these reviews are real and which of them are like obviously like fake reviews and shit. But like, again though, I met people in real life though. That's the thing though. And hypnotism too. Like, with hypnotism and psychics, like, I've met people in real life that said, like, thanks to, like, hypnotisms and psychics, like, I stopped smoking, and, like, I stopped drinking and shit. Or it's like, oh, like, I used to be an abusive husband, and then, like, after, like, a few sessions, I stopped being abusive towards my wife. And it's like, how about you just not be abusive towards your wife in the first place, though? You know? Like, I don't get that. Like, it's like your psychiatrist that you were going to before literally told you to stop being abusive towards your wife, and that didn't work. You went to a psychic, and the psychic's like, stop doing that. And you're like, okay, I guess I'll listen to the psychic, or whatever, you know? But yeah, psychic evaluations here in Vegas get kind of expensive, though. They do get kind of expensive. You need to have money. You definitely need to have money. Or, like, people also get married because of psychics. Like a couple would go to, like, a psychic, and they'd be like, oh, like, we're thinking about getting married, but we don't know if we should. And then the psychic either tells them they should or they shouldn't get married. Like, the psychics are like, ooh, I can see you two are on different paths. Your journeys are different. Oh, I see heartache. I see heartache and, like, bad vibes if you guys get married. So you guys should stay as friends and not get married. And then they'd be like, oh, thank you, Madam Psychic. We won't get married then. We're just gonna stay as friends or whatever like that. Or the psychic would be all like, oh, I see that you two are made for each other. Yes, I could see that, like, in your previous lives, you were also married. So you guys should get married then. And they'd be like, okay, cool, we're gonna get married. And then, like, they give the psychic, like, $1,000 for, like, a session or whatever like that, you know? Be a psychic, but you have to wear a Psycho Mantis costume. You're getting money for this. Honestly, though, like, okay, here's the thing, too. Like, if psychics were real, then, like, wouldn't, like, the military be, like, employing psychics and shit like that, you know? I feel like we would have psychic versus psychic battles, like, in wars and shit. It's like, yeah, damn, like, the Canadians, they have more psychics than we do. We need to get more psychics in America. Like, if America ever goes to war with Canada, then we need to employ more psychics. You know, it's like, oh shit, we need more spiritual power. It's like, get more psychics. We gotta fucking, like, draft more psychics in the fucking army and shit. Are you telling me they don't already do that? Yo, imagine, though, that's how World War III starts. World War III would be the battle of the psychics. It's gonna be like, remember that Dragon Ball Z, remember Cell versus Gohan? Remember, like, the giant beam battle? That's what it's gonna be. That's legit what it's gonna be. It's gonna be a beam battle between like, America and Europe. Europe is gonna have, like, all the psychics in, like, a cannon, and then, like, they're gonna shoot, like a mind beam at America. And then America's gonna shoot their mind beam at Europe. There'll be, like, a clash in the Pacific Ocean, right? The Pacific Ocean's gonna have, like, the Atlantic. The Atlantic Ocean's gonna have, like, a mind clash, and, like, whoever has the better psychics, they win or whatever. That's World War III. That's legit gonna be World War III. It's not gonna be fought by, like, guns and shit. It's just gonna be done by psychics. Mind energy. Spirit energy, man. The real red herring is that, like, people think we're being mind controlled by chips in our brain, right? It's like, oh, guys, like, don't go get vaccinated, right? Because that's people think too. People's like, oh, if you get vaccinated, then the doctors, they put a chip in your brain, right? They put chips in you. But, like, that's the red herring, though. They're not putting a chip inside our brains. They're using psychics. They're using psychics to control the populace and shit. It's never been about the technology. It's always been about the psychic energy. What is it? Miss Poker knows that she's up again. Miss Seance has given her free reign over what to do this part of the session, which means she gets to decide what response to give. Miss Poker gazes at the woman's melancholy profile and looks down at her deck of cards. Whoosh. Oh, the spirits have offered a final hint. A playing card shoots through the air and starts drifting slowly down from above the woman's head. It lands in front of her like a nimble butterfly. Queen of Diamonds? Madam, do you know the story of the Queen of Diamonds? No. What story can a playing card have? The woman depicted on the Queen of Diamonds is Rachel, a beautiful and hard-working young lady. The spirits want me to be like Rachel? Please allow me to finish. Rachel had a faithful lover, but her father will only allow him to marry her if he worked for him for 7 years. 7 years later, Rachel's father changed his mind again. He told Rachel's lover that he could marry Rachel in 7 days, but only if he worked for him for another 7 years. Rachel's lover agreed and worked for Rachel's father for 7 more years after marrying Rachel. This Rachel was very lucky to have such a faithful lover. Legend has it Rachel and her lover remained in love throughout their lives, but I believe there must have been moments when they felt lost and hopeless. Rachel chose to have faith in her lover and waited for him to make his choice. A glimmer of hope has been kindled in this woman's sad eyes. I see. I will keep waiting and give him some more time. Very well, then let's conclude the seance. We thank the spirits for giving us the answers we seek. Please return to your realm. Squeak, squeak. The planchette slowly glides towards goodbye. A few minutes later, Miss Seance returns to the seance room for a break after escorting the customer on her way out. Miss Poker has come out of the shadows and sits down on the cold floor like Miss Seance. You know what? Like, this shit could be a new character in Project Neurocloud, though. Yeah, and Project Neurocloud has operins. So, like, since they have operin magic in PNC, like, Colt Walker could totally be a character. Oh my, another job well done. You really got talent. You did such a fantastic job. The woman ended up spending quite a lot afterwards. Miss Seance takes out her hidden wine glass and takes a cheerful sip. Ah, that hit the spot. Why are you being so quiet? Why didn't you finish Rachel's story just now? Ha, there's no need. Humans only ever want to hear what they want to hear. These are customers looking to spend with us, so it's naturally our job to make them happy. I understand that. I'll remember that. Miss Poker starts jotting it down solemnly. Relax. You don't have to take everything so seriously. I don't understand. Huh? As the mistress's dolls, we are always at risk of being discarded. Are you not afraid, Miss Seance? All dolls are afraid of being abandoned. Then why do you? Miss Poker's gaze falls on the wine glass in Miss Seance's hand. Oh, this? If you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Reflected in the low-quality liquor, Miss Seance smiles, seems both dangerous and alluring. Compelled by some unknown forces, Miss Poker reaches out to take the glass. By the time Miss Poker comes to, it is already way past midnight. She is lying in a repair pod. Her neurocloud feels like it's been pulverized by 100 hammers. Miss Pachinko! Hey, you're awake! How long have I been sleeping? About 5 hours, or 6, maybe 7, or 8. Don't worry, Miss Seance told the mistresses that you fell down the stairs and hit your head in your eagerness to do your job. And they didn't say anything? Obviously, or you have been sold off before you even woke up. Miss Pachinko, who is in the middle of removing her makeup, suddenly stops what she's doing and sits down by Miss Poker's repair pod. What the fuck does Miss Pachinko even do? Isn't Pachinko, like, entirely random? There's no skill in Pachinko. Hey, seeing that we're roommates, let me give you some friendly advice. Yes? Don't trust Miss Seance. Why? Miss Poker stares incomprehensibly at Miss Pachinko's half-removed, drawn-on eyebrow. Why? Because she can't be trusted, duh. From my experience of working with her, she seems quite dependable. Then how did you end up in the repair pod? It's my own fault. Miss Poker suddenly remembers that Miss Seance asked of her and stops talking mid-sentence. After making sure none of the other dolls in the dorm are listening in, Mr. Pachinko leans forward and whispers conspicuously into Miss Poker's ear. Do you know about Miss Seance's secret? What secret? Look around this house. All the dolls in the mistress's employment are here. But Miss Seance has never set foot in here. I believe she lives in the seance room. It is probably more convenient for her work. Look at Miss Tour Guide. She lives here, even though her daily commute is 3 hours. So what gives Miss Seance the right to live all by herself in the seance room, which is only a 15-minute walk from here? Seeing that Miss Poker has nothing to say, Miss Pachinko bats the fake eyelashes still glued to her eyelid and lowers her voice. As you know, the dolls in this house have a really high turnover. We're always in danger of being thrown out. I know. I know that only too well. But Miss Seance doesn't seem all that concerned about this. She has the mistress's trust. Just think about it. Why is she so favored? Because she brings in a lot more profit than the rest of us? Piffed. Miss Pachinko scoffs in the exaggerated manner. You're so naive, Miss Poker. This is Miss Seance's secret. It's hidden in her room. How did she manage to win the mistress's trust and get this kind of special treatment? Don't you want to know the secret trick that will save you from getting the boot? As the mistress's dolls, we are always at risk of being discarded. Are you not afraid, Miss Seance? All dolls are afraid of being abandoned. Why do you? Oh, this? If you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? I do want to know. Gazing at Miss Pachinko's patchy makeup, Miss Poker replies softly. I want to know. I don't want to be discarded. A few days later, in the seance room, after closing up for the day, Miss Seance and Miss Poker tidy up the room. Good work as always. See you tomorrow, Miss Poker. As usual, Miss Seance walks Miss Poker out the door. Yes, Miss Seance, see you tomorrow. A moment later, Miss Poker, who has been crouching outside and observing the room, climbs inside through the window. Miss Seance? The silent room is utterly still. After making sure that Miss Seance isn't around, Miss Poker sneaks up the stairs and into a room on the second floor. Miss Seance's bedroom. The lock is not at all secure. Miss Poker manages to dislodge it with just a playing card. The room is only minimally furnished with a modest bed, a wooden chair, a small fridge, and a coffee table. The floor is littered with liquor bottles. Miss Poker peers over at Miss Seance, who is lying spread eagle on the bed, seemingly asleep. Wait, why spread eagle? Why is such a bad sleeping pose? And also, wait, if we think about how tall Colt Walker is, then that means she must be sleeping in a queen-sized bed or something. Unless she has a small bed and she's dangling over the bed or something. Because spread eagle, you would need a large bed to sleep spread eagle style. After some thought, Miss Poker musters her courage and pushes open the door. She sits down by Miss Seance's bed. Miss Seance, I'm very sorry for entering your room without your permission. But I simply have too many questions. If I don't get any answers, I'm afraid they will affect our working relationship. Miss Seance is still sound asleep. Miss Seance, please wake up. Miss Poker taps Miss Seance lightly on the face, but she gives no reaction. Miss Seance is usually very responsive, so this uncharacteristic lack of response is giving Miss Poker a very bad feeling. She probably inspects the status of her neurocloud. She probably inspects the status of her neurocloud, and is surprised to find that Miss Seance has actually crashed. What happened? Miss Seance, hang in there. I'm taking you to the repair bay. Miss Poker hoists the unconscious Miss Seance over her shoulders, and trudges out the door with great difficulty. Standing at the top of the long flight of stairs, Miss Poker jostles Miss Seance's weight helplessly, not quite sure what to do. I'm sorry, Miss Seance. I really can't carry you. The only way I could bring you to the repair bay is this. She carefully sets Miss Seance down the stairs, then patting out her most vulnerable parts, she slowly drags her down the stairs. Thunk, thunk. Miss Seance's body produces a sharp clang as she lands on every stair step. Huh? What are you doing? You're finally awake. That's such a relief, Miss Seance. I was so worried you wouldn't wake up again. In her relief, Miss Poker loosens her grip, and Miss Seance rolls down the last few steps and hits the floor. Miss Seance finally comes to a stop with a crash. It seems to me you're actively trying to make sure I never wake up again. No, your neuroclock crashed just now. I thought you had some kind of malfunction, so I wanted to take you to the repair bay. How did you know my neuroclock crashed? Miss Seance sits up cross-legged, rubbing her sore crown. She peers at the flustered Miss Poker with some amusement. I trespassed into your room. I'm sorry. What were you doing in my room after hours? Miss Poker sits down next to Miss Seance in silence. I want to ask you some questions. Let me guess. Someone's been talking. Yes. Fetch me something to drink first. I'm all sore after you drag me down the stairs. Miss Poker runs off and comes back with a glass of liquor apologetically. Ask away. What do you want to know? I once asked you whether or not you're afraid of being abandoned by the mistresses. I want to know the reason why the mistresses would not get rid of you. Ha! You just saw it. When? Literally just now. My neurocloud crashed, right? I was taking care of some business for the mistresses, but I crashed for a bit because the processing load was too much. If you're wondering what kind of business it was, then I'm afraid I can't tell you. I see. Miss Seance downs the liquor in one go and exhales in satisfaction. The spicy scent of alcohol instantly fills the air. This is my so-called secret. Disappointed? Miss Seance. Let's make a deal. Oh, when did you pick up this trick? Observe someone, find their weakness, then exploit it using the most cost-effective method. You taught me that, didn't you? Go on. The mistresses are willing to give you separate lodging to protect your body, right? Because you're not capable of keeping your body safe while you're carrying out your task. Correct. But even in a separate room, if someone like me barges in, you'll still be in grave danger. So, hire me to guard your body. Miss Seance fiddles with the empty glass and smiles thoughtfully. Why should I trust you? How do I know you're not trying to get rid of me? I need you. Without you, the mistresses won't think twice about tossing me away. I thought you were gonna say you're doing this to repay me for saving your life. We're not like that human woman who came seeking reassurance. Dolls who are constantly struggling to survive would never be fooled by fanciful words. We can always see the ugly, twisted truth behind the thin facade of illusory goodness. So, you rather just tear off this facade and dump a bombshell on me? I think the transaction worked very much to your benefit, Miss Seance. Nothing has to change. You don't have to pay me extra, but you would gain more personal safety. Indeed. With a grin, Miss Seance fishes out another bottle and glass, then pours some liquor into 2 glasses. I like you. Let's drink to our deal. Miss Poker picks up both glasses. She opens the window and pours away the liquid mercilessly. Hey, what the hell? While I was inspecting you earlier, I found out that you actually have very low alcohol tolerance. Consuming too much alcohol is very bad for your body. I need this stuff to get into the right headspace for work. Yeah, I figured as much. From now on, you're only allowed to drink after you're done with the job. Are you the devil? Miss Poker pours 2 glasses of ginger ale stoically and passes one to Miss Seance. This is much tastier than your booze. Let's toast with this instead. I'm already regretting this deal. Too late. Miss Poker clings her glass against Miss Seance and knocks back her ginger ale. Ah, that hit the spot. And that's how they became BFFs. if you look in the history books, it'll say that they were really good friends. Really good friends that happen to sleep in the same bed. And maybe adopt a child together. And maybe get married. But they were really good friends. Hashtag not lesbos. I mean, I guess robots technically can't be lesbians. Robots don't have a gender, technically. The seance room. It is a sunny afternoon, a perfect day for business. But Miss Seance and Miss Poker are both sitting on the floor and staring out the window absentmindedly. How many days has it been since that? 7. Still no news from the mistresses? Nope. Miss Seance stretches her back and slowly lies down on the floor. I hear the dolls of newer models have already jumped ship. Yeah, they said the mistresses wouldn't be coming back. What about you? Got any plans for yourself? I don't know. I'm such an antique. I don't know what I could do even if I managed to get away. Same here. Silence hangs in the air once more. They have been having the same pointless conversation for days since the mistress's disappearance. Alright, I'm going to assume that, like, since they were doing some shady ass shit, that, like, either they're human owners, they either died, or they went to jail or something. And no one knew that, like, the human owners, that they had T-dolls or whatever like that. Some of the dolls, those newer models, have already caught the scent of danger and fled, but most of the dolls are still here, completely at a loss of what to do. Let's get everyone gathered here. It's better than trying to figure things out on our own. Right. Day 14. The usual quiet seance room has been growing livelier in the last few days. Almost all the remaining dolls have moved in. Some of the more resourceful dolls have even brought along some appliances that are still usable from their old dormitory. Who the hell brought our old signboard here? Miss Seance points at the Fox Sisterhood signboard, currently lying on the floor, and looks accusingly at the busy crowd. They probably thought this would foster a sense of belonging. Huh. Miss Seance breaks the signboard with a vicious stomp. Ignoring the other doll's outraged gas, she smashes every letter on the board with her heel. After laying waste to the signboard, she lets out a long sigh, as if a heavy weight has been just rolled off her. We are free. We shouldn't let such things shackle us anymore. You're right. Free! We're free! Although the dolls don't quite fully comprehend what it means to be free, they embrace each other and cheer emotionally. Day 21. An old television is playing the news, but both the visual and the sound qualities are very poor because of the obsolete model. Still, the dolls are not all bothered as they huddle before the machine, watching the news raptly. I didn't know the war has such a widespread impact. Yeah, a lot of people have died because the contamination keeps spreading. Things are looking really bad out there. I wonder how the mistresses are doing. You're still not dreaming about them coming back for us, are you? No. Miss Poker looks at Miss Seance. Whether it's the mistresses or the dolls who ran away, I hope they are all okay. We should worry about ourselves first. It may seem very far away, but it will affect us sooner or later. No one is safe from this catastrophe. Miss Seance sips her ginger ale somberly. Miss Poker has never seen her so troubled. 3 years have passed. Miss Poker sits down at Miss Pachinko's bedside. Using a handkerchief, she wipes off the grime on Miss Pachinko's face. But this only serves to make the damage more prominent and horrific. Yo, you're telling me that they've been here for 3 years? They didn't leave? Damn. Also, I'm kind of surprised too that, like, after 3 years that, like, no human came by and were like, hey, like, there's a bunch of abandoned T-dolls here. Like, you girls want to fucking work for me or some shit? I assumed, like, because they were just listening to, like, a war news that I guess, like, there's, like, not enough humans. There's, like, no humans around. That, like, nobody, like, came here to look up at it or whatever. Because that means there's a bunch of T-dolls. There were a bunch of, like, not T-dolls. There were a bunch of civilian dolls here that, like, nobody noticed for 3 whole years. Give me a mirror. You don't need one. You're really pretty, alright? Let me see. I might need some touch-up. Your makeup is flawless. Nothing has budged. Really? Are you telling the truth? Cross my heart. Good. I don't want to be like them. I don't want to turn into a Frankenstein, then die a pitiful death. You're beautiful as always. Good. I'm glad. With a contented smile, Miss Pachinko's neurocloud ceases running. With a light sigh, Miss Seance sits down next to Miss Poker. Didn't you once say to me that dolls like us had no need for white lies? I did. But I just had to lie to her. I wanted her to believe it for just a few minutes. Only a small handful of dolls are left in the seance room. In this post-war dystopia, there are no better commodities than dolls with no owners. Perhaps it's time we left this place behind. In the 4th year, after procuring some parts of the shop, Miss Poker quickly darts into a side alley. She shakes off her pursuers skillfully and returns to Miss Seance, who is hiding behind the abandoned garbage dump. These should do the job. Miss Poker replaces Miss Seance's broken parts with the ones that she just bought. Well, can you walk? Miss Seance stretches her legs despondently. She can bend and rotate her knees again. Phew, this is great. You can now walk again. What's wrong with you? Miss Poker waves her hand in front of Miss Seance's face. Have you lost your sight? No, my vision module is fine. Then why are you so quiet? Are you still thinking about what happened to Miss Tour Guide? It happened right in front of me, on that street. In broad daylight, she was just... Enough! Stop thinking about that. Your body cannot cope with strong neural fluctuations. There was nothing we could do. But she got torn apart by the thugs, just like that. They dismembered her so brutally, then sold her parts. Stop it. Her screams were so piteous, and the way she looked at me. There's nothing we could do to save her. 2 old and battered dolls are no match for those thugs. She kept looking at me. Whenever I close my eyes, I can see her. Miss Seance collapses to the ground. Miss Seance! Miss Seance! Miss Poker shakes Miss Seance frantically, but she gives no response. Okay, I have to admit, I did not think these two had such a bad fucking backstory. I thought this was gonna be like more of a recent flashback of them like on the fucking like express, or like maybe like right before they took the job. I didn't think it was gonna be like one hell of a flashback. I didn't think like it would go that far back in time. Where am I? How long have I been out? Miss Seance sits up in bed groggily. Bed? She's been sleeping on something as luxurious as bed? Miss Seance caresses the bedding incredulously. It is very soft, outrageously so. You're awake. An impish face comes into view. Miss Poker. It was no easy feat getting you fixed. Aren't you gonna get on your knees and kiss my feet to show your gratitude? Since when were you so obnoxious? Hey, that's no way to speak to your savior. Miss Seance gets to her feet and takes in the modestly sized room. It's rather crude and simple, but at least there's a roof above their heads. What happened while I was sleeping? Nothing special. Just been trying to make ends meet. How long have I been sleeping? Let me see. It would have been a full year and 7 days. Miss Seance notices that Miss Poker's body is in much poorer condition than last time she saw her. There's no way she could have gotten so banged up with just a year of normal wear and tear. What have you done to your own body? I pulled out some parts that I could spare to repair you, then. Miss Poker turns away and pauses briefly. I sold my card shop module. Who would have known, eh? Physical gambling has made a comeback. so my cheating skills as a card shop were pretty sought out after. I managed to sell the module for a pretty good price. What, don't believe me? I do. After all, I taught you everything about doing business. Huh, the only downside is, I can't help you with your seances anymore. That's okay. Miss Seance takes over Miss Poker's hands. Miss Seance takes Miss Poker's hands, which still bear the many scars from practicing cardistry. We will cook up bigger, more sophisticated scams. We won't need to perform petty parlor tricks, like doing fake seances ever again. Haha, sure. I mean, honestly, okay, I don't know if it's just because she's dark-skinned, but like every time I see Cult Walker, I keep thinking about like Maghilda's story in Project Neurocloud. Because like Maghilda actually has like a very similar story to like Cult Walker in this game. Because Maghilda's story, she was like a boxing T-doll, and like she had like a really bad owner who like abused her and shit. And like the only reason why Maghilda like got to like join like Project Neurocloud was because she met V. And like Maghilda had like a very bad scar and shit, and then V was able to save her, like, and shit. And V became like best friends with Maghilda and stuff. And it's like, and also like Maghilda's like boss, Maghilda's owner was gonna like say that like she couldn't be in the tournament or whatever. But like V saved Maghilda, and V was all like, oh, like Maghilda has like a new owner now or whatever. Because V's owner, which is like the Project Neurocloud group, they never said that it was Persicaria that did it, and they never said if it was like the professor that bought Maghilda, but like I'm going to assume that like it was somebody in Project Neurocloud, like someone in 42 Lab, like they bought Maghilda, and then like her old owner like had to give her up or whatever, and then Maghilda got to stay with V, and then they joined the Project Neurocloud thingy. And again, like I've been thinking about Maghilda like ever since like this event started, and I'm pretty sure it's just because Cult Walker is also dark-skinned. Like they both have like a very troubled past, and they couldn't go anywhere because like Maghilda was paid to lose actually. Like even though she's a boxer, she wasn't actually paid to win. She was paid to basically like do really good fights, and then like she was supposed to like take a dive all the time. But like Maghilda like never wanted to like take a dive though. She always actually wanted to win. And then like even though Maghilda like never got like properly like maintained by her owner still pushed her to like go in like the boxing ring and whatever like that. So like when Maghilda like eventually became friends with V offered to like fix her scar like on her face, but like Maghilda like never wanted to like fix her scar though. Maghilda like wanted to keep her scar because she thinks the scar like is a good reminder of like her past and shit. And Project Neurocloud takes place before Girls Frontline. Or, well, like I don't mean the game. The game takes place at the same time, obviously. But I mean, like, the Project Neurocloud started before Girls Frontline. So, like, Project Neurocloud, if we go by Maghilda's story anyway, it happened, the Project Neurocloud project, it happened right after World War III. So, right after World War III, like, that's when, like, you know, it became kind of a shithole. Like, the war became a shithole to live in for both, like, humans and T-dolls and shit like that. And then, like, Project Neurocloud, like, the actual game, that happens, like, around Singularity or Continuum Turbulence. I'm going to say it happens right after Continuum Turbulence, though. And then, like, after the commander recovered, then Persica, like, wanted the commander to go into the Project Neurocloud server and get back all the AIs and shit. One thing that I don't get, though, about the Project Neurocloud game is, like, if Persica, like, had access to, like, the backup server, how come she couldn't just copy the backup server? Like, why did it have to be, like, a one-way trip, basically, for the commander? Like, that I didn't get. I felt like Persica could just, like, copy the backup server, and then maybe she could have, like, just, like, took her time with, like, trying to extract all the AIs and shit. I don't know, like, I never got that. I never got that part. And also, like, why did it have to be the commander? Like, how come Persica couldn't, like, upload her brain in Project Neurocloud. I guess Persica was just afraid that she wouldn't be able to like cope with like the Project Neurocloud space or something. And also, like, I guess to be fair, Persica would also meet Persicaria, right? I guess that'd be weird too. So I guess she had to use the commander to like avoid the awkwardness of like having two Persicas like in the same room and shit. Imagine like the other like neural AIs too. Like they'd be like, oh my god, there's like a flat-chested Persicaria or some shit. And then Persica would be like, I'm the real Persica. Excuse me for being flat-chested. From now on, my name is Maggie Ponzi, and yours is Catherine Ponzi. Huh? Aren't those the mistress's name? I'm sure they wouldn't mind. In fact, they will probably be glad for the great things we'll do in their names. Then, pleasure to meet you, Maggie. The pleasure is mine, Catherine. They became sisters! They became sisters because they had the same last name. Which is kind of cool, actually. I like that. You know what? I'm kind of looking at like the carriages. I'm looking at the carriages here. Yo, carriage F-17 this looks like shit. So how the fuck did we get the Punches Heart by Griffin? Because it was a promise. It was a promise that like Maggie made to Ludmilla. Ludmilla wanted Maggie to take Irma to Griffin, because like Griffin is like a safe place to be in, and like Griffin also treats their T-dolls like with respect and shit. So like, Ludmilla was all like, I can't protect Irma. So like that's what I want from you. I want you to protect Irma, and like Irma, because Ludmilla's dead. Ludmilla, she died. So like Irma, Maggie, and Catherine all went to Griffin because they have nowhere else to go and shit like that. And again, Griffin is probably like the best place for a T-doll, to be fair. I mean, as long as you're okay with the fighting. Griffin's not a bad place to be. So yeah. Yeah, she basically she basically used her own body to like kamikaze, basically. She had to like put down the signal. Yeah, she had to put down the signal because like she was using a drone. She was using a drone to like for the signal thing, but then the drone got shot down. So like she put the beacons on her body. And then like she went over to like a location, and then she's like, shoot here, and then like the fucking bomber plane shot where Ludmilla was at. So like that's how she died. Risk of permanent death is significantly lower. Yeah. Well, because like that's what Irma said. Like Irma's like, oh, you always have a key to like the Summer Garden or whatever. So like a piece of Ludmilla is inside Irma or something. So basically, you know how you keep saying that 40 lives rent-free in 45's head? Well, Ludmilla lives rent-free in Irma's head or whatever like that. So like Ludmilla became 40 in Irma's mind or some shit. But the real Ludmilla's gone though. She's gone. But Irma's story is definitely very interesting. It's very interesting. Okay, I will definitely do the EX mode for this off stream, since I accidentally did the easy mode for that, but I'll do that off stream. Pretty sure Ludmilla has her last save file in the Russian military. Yeah, but like it's not the same one though. Like it would be like a pre-mission. It would be a pre-mission of Ludmilla. So it would be Ludmilla before she met Irma. So like that wouldn't be like the Ludmilla that Irma wants to meet. It would be the one that she has in her summer garden or whatever. Not the same. Not the same. Kind of like how like MP41 also like got reset like in the night chapter or whatever like that. Yeah, like in the night chapter battle. It's all like oh, like I'm in Car 98's team or whatever now for some reason. Hey, there she is. Look, it's Catherine, guys. It's Catherine. It's Catherine. And look, it's Car. It's pre-Digimon. Oh, that reminds me. We have... Okay, wait. So we have Digimon Car now, right? So, like, MP41 is still, like, in her team, right? I just realized that, like, Car 98's actually in the story now. So, like, we have Car 98 here, pre-Digimon. But now that Car 98's in her Digimon form, we must have an MP41 in her team then. And I guess now that means we have two MP41s, because Catherine, is also gonna join Griffin as well. So that means we have an MP41 who is like who is like the old MP41, and then we have like a new MP41 who is Catherine. Kind of like how we also have multiples now of like some of the other T-dolls, right? Like okay, I know that Mika keeps saying that like the collabs are canon. But we know that the collabs are not canon because, like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like Mika says the collabs are canon just because they can. But we know they're not canon, though. It wouldn't make sense for the collabs to actually be canon because that would just be weird. But, like, if we think about, like, the Valhalla, right? Like, all the Valhalla dolls, like, they got, like, copied and pasted into the real world and shit. So, like, if we think about Valhalla, it's like, now we have, like a new version. We have like a copy version of these girls, right? So it's like we have like a new IDW. So like this IDW is different from like our IDW because this IDW lived in like the 416 Dreamscape, and then like that's a different Jericho, and that's a different Super Shorty, and that's like a different WA 2000. Like that WA 2000 is also different. So like every T-doll that we got from 416 is definitely a different T-doll from like the T-doll that we had before, because we definitely had IDW before and we definitely had WA 2000 before, but now we have a double now. We doubled up on WA 2000 and IDW, so we have copies. We definitely have copies in our base and shit. Springfield might as well have been a doll that works at Griffin. Yeah, probably. Crazy to think that like they pulled all these AIs from like 416's memory. Yo, when you think about it, doesn't that mean 416 should be compatible with the Olga system then? Because if 416 have the capacity to like make an entirely new world inside her DigiCloud, then she should totally be compatible with Olga system. Like 416 should be able to handle it then. She made an entire fucking world, man. She made an entire fucking world in that thing. And then like all of these characters had their own like lives. They had their own lives and shit, like in 416's memory. That's crazy. That's crazy.
もし指揮官が私に興味を持てなくなってしまったなら、いつでも代わりを探していいのよ。でも
It's too bad that this game doesn't have like a tech tree of friendships that's in Project Neurocloud, because I would love to see like a friendship tree in this game. Even though we have a shit ton of T-dolls though. I know that Scorpion and Stenmark 2 are friends. I know that these two are friends. And then I know that MP5 is also friends with Springfield. MP5 is friends with Springfield and shit. Obviously, like, people are friends, like, with their squad mates for the most part. But then we also have, like, other friends that, like, are not squad mates, but they're friends regardless, though. I remember, like, SV98 and M14 being friends. I remember them being friends, too. And, of course, we know that Car 98 and Lee are friends. We know that they're friends. And then like I know that I remember P7. P7 has a lot of friends too. It's like I would need to shit, I kind of want to do that. I kind of would like love to like go back to like all the other like previous cutscenes, and I kind of want to like slowly start charting like a friends list now. I want to make like the very first like canonical like huge ass friends like tree of Girls Frontline. And then like I would share it on Reddit, like who's friends with who. Yeah, P7 has lots of friends. She's a friendly doll. And then like everyone knows that Foul and 5-7 have like they got like the same kind of relationship as like 45 and 416 do. It's like they like each other, but like they never say it out loud. They have like a rival relationship. 5-7 and Foul do. Negev was popular in chapter 6 because she was actually a storyline character there. Oh, there's 5-7. There's 5-7. G28 is like in a one-sided relationship with like 416 because she's all like, "Oh, that's my sister. That's my sister," and 416's like, "Shut up." 416 does not acknowledge G28. I remember Ithaca showing up a few times too. Ithaca actually shows up a lot in like costume stories. I remember. Yeah, it's like you gotta read the costume stories too to like also get like people's friendships with each other. I remember Amelie also shows up a couple times. Contender is like super serious, so she only has like a few friends. I remember like AK actually has friends too, like outside Team Defy. AK has a few friends that's not Team Defy. The costume stories definitely make it kind of weird sometimes because the costume stories, you don't know like where they take place, so you kind of have to like infer on like when the costume stories take place in the chapters. I remember P22, she does not have a lot of friends because like a lot of T-dolls, they find her kind of weird because she has like that split personality syndrome. I think P22 has like 4 different personalities like in her head or some shit like that. Oh yeah, and then the Digimon stories. I almost forgot, there's also like the Digimon story shit too. Yo, August 2020 monthly login reward. Damn, back when they were still doing login reward T-dolls. It's a good thing they don't do that anymore because like login dolls were kind of worthless. The only way to make login girls better at this point is to give them like a Digimon story. Greetings, dear Commander. I have long admired you. It is my greatest honor to serve you. That's not Catherine. That's obviously not Catherine.
私がまとめた勤怠管理表に目を通していただけませんか。はじめまして指揮官様。昔から憧れていたあなた様に仕えることができるなんて。
Now you don't sound like Catherine. My Catherine does not talk that way. Yo, when do we get Coalition Unit RPK? I'm waiting for Coalition Unit RPK now. When does that happen? You know what? That means we can oath her twice then. Cause like we can oath the white Naito and the black Naito. So that means we can oath Naito RPK. We're gonna wait for that. I'm waiting for that now. And then like we basically got like we technically got an entire chapter on like Griffin Squad right here. Because like that was a chapter where they're fighting against Mordau and Narcissus. These guys are fighting Narcissus. They actually did a pretty good job. Like Narcissus was gonna win probably eventually, but they did a pretty good job of like fending off Narcissus for like a good while before like Team Griffin came in. Is that a wise choice? Guys, I can fix her. I can fix her. I can fix her. No teen doll can resist the allure of the oath ring. No, you guys don't understand. If you oath RPK first, then she will join the commander's side because she'll still have the memories. If you oath her, she will still have the memories when she becomes a Naito, and then she'll join Griffin after she gets Naito'd. You have to oath her first though. It's a secret mission.
人と人の関係の中で私が一番好きなのはこういう脆い誓いですよ。本物の信頼があるのならこんなもので縛らなくてもいいですし、逆に
Yo, this oath line. This is kind of foreshadowing. Yo, no, legit. This oath thing is definitely foreshadowing. So RPK is basically saying like, oh, like after I betray your asses, are we still gonna be together? Does the oath ring still have meaning after I become a Naito, Shiki-kan? It's totally like they knew what they were doing with RPK. They totally probably like knew that RPK was gonna become a Naito, so like that's why they did this specific oath line for her. So like, does the oath ring still matter after she becomes a Naito? Is the relationship salvageable after she becomes Paradius? That's why I'm telling you guys, secret mission. If this was like a single player game, this would totally be like a hidden character. Oh, yo, that'd be kind of cool. That's what I love about RPG games. You guys know how like some RPGs have like optional characters that you can recruit? So RPK would be like an optional character. Yeah, she would. Okay. So like before chapter 11, that's what I'm gonna say. So before chapter 11, you need to oath RPK. You gotta get to like 100 affection, right? Get to 100 affection, then you have to oath her. And then she'll betray the party. And then like in chapter 16, I'm going in the future, guys. I'm going in the future. In like chapter 16 and chapter 17, like in an RPG game, the commander's team has to fight RPK. And then if you oathed her before chapter 11, she will have like a change of heart or something. And then she'll betray Paradius. And then she'll be all like, oh, like, I love the commander. I would never betray his trust or something. And then she'll join the party as a Paradius unit and shit like that. But if you don't oath her, then like you kill her, and then like you'll get like an optional party member hint from like AK or something. Like AK would be all like, it's a shame that we had to kill her. Maybe like in another timeline, maybe we could have like saved her or some shit. And like that'd be like a game hint for the player, where it's like if they do like a new game plus, or they just play like a new game entirely, that like if they were to like oath RPK, then maybe they could have saved her or some shit. Oh my god, that makes me want to play a Girl Lancer game now. So like, I haven't streamed all the Girl Lancer games on this channel. I've only streamed Girl Lancer 4, but I have not streamed Girl Lancer 2 and 3 though. And Girl Lancer 2 and 3, they do shit like this, where it's like, depending on your affection with certain characters, you can get them back in the party when they betray you and shit. Hashtag spoiler alert. But like our Girl Lancer loves doing this with optional party members. So it's like with optional party members, you get them in the party for a short while, and if you go hard on the affection meter, they do come back. But then like if you don't become friends with them, like in the short time that you had with them, then they won't ever come back again. And then sometimes you might need to fight them again or something. Girl Lancer, I'm assuming that Girl Lancer never became like a really mainstream RPG, because Girl Lancer did some really good mechanics, like in their games. Like Girl Lancer had like a very intriguing affection system that actually like affected like the actual gameplay and shit like that. Yeah, I've only played Girl Lancer 4, but like I totally would love to do Girl Lancer 2 and 3 on stream sometime in the future, because there's definitely a lot of things you could do in those games. Like in order to do it justice, I would need to like replay it like to get like all the different endings and shit. And in Girl Lancer 2, you can actually join the bad guys team. And if you join the bad guys team, you actually also lock yourself out some of the waifus, because like not all the characters would join the main character when he like turns. Like a couple of the waifus, like they're too like ingrained in like the kingdom. So like if you betray the kingdom, then like they won't join you. You know, they're like, oh, I can't join the Empire. I can never join the Empire. But then like if you join the Empire though, then like you could kind of like recruit some of your old party members to join the Empire, because like they don't have loyalty to the kingdom anyway. So you get like you could also get like a different set of waifus when you join the Empire and shit. At least for the characters that like didn't care about like the kingdom. But then like your waifu list is different from the kingdom though. So like you kind of need to play, you definitely need to play it like at least like 5 times if you want to see like all the endings, and if you want to see like all of like the different like waifus and all the different like character subplots and shit. It's such a cool game that like I can't believe it never became mainstream. I don't get why it never became mainstream. I guess maybe like Final Fantasy was too good? I don't know. It's like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, like there were other RPGs we were playing, but maybe Growlithe was too weeabo. It might have been a little bit too weeb, and it just like didn't stand the test of times, I guess. Because like the last Growlancer game that was made was Growlancer 5. And Growlancer 5 was a Japanese only release. It never got released in America. So like I would have to like translate the game if I want to play Growlancer 5 on stream or something. Which I haven't done in a long time though. Like I think the last Japanese game I played on stream to full was probably like what was it? A Steam Cleaner? Shit, what was it again? What was it again? Asoji Sentai. Asoji Sentai Clean Keeper. There, that's what it was. Yeah, that was like the last like full Japanese game like I think I ever streamed, where like I was translating it like on stream as I was playing. It's like maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll start doing Japanese games again. I could bring back out a translator Tetsamaru again. It's been a while since like I did like a fan sub video. I stopped doing fan sub videos a long time ago. Also, call me crazy, but I still think we could get Moradao. I still legit think we could get Moradao. William is going to like not give a shit about Moradao, and like Moradao's gonna be like, "Father, why have you abandoned me?" or some shit. That's so going to happen. She'll be all like, "Father, please save me," and then like William like won't answer or something. And then like the commander, being the commander, will be all like, Moradao can join the squad, or whatever. And then of course, like obviously Anti-Rain would not like it. Anti-Rain would be all like, "Commander, what the fuck are you saying?" And the commanders would be all like, "Listen, I'm playing Pokemon with waifus. I gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all." And then we're gonna fucking coalition. We're gonna fucking coalition Moradao. I'm telling you, that's gonna happen. And then Moradao will be renamed to Mashlin. She will 100% be renamed to Mashlin. Oh, not that. This long-lost Bonsdorf maiden is the very picture of life as she stands before you, as though she had never passed away. Oh, that's so sad. Elite, a unit with outstanding abilities in faction. A fractured girl awaits her salvation. Are you the favorite person she's been looking forward to? Mashlin is dead! Mashlin is dead. Unless we want to trick the T-Dolls at base and say her name is Mashlin. Possibly. All right, I got a little off topic. I got a little off topic here. I was not expecting to have feelings in Catherine's story, though. I was not expecting the feelings, but the feelings happened. Okay, so all we have left now is like Dr. Ragosa. We have Baba Luba. We have Nikolai. Man, I don't give a shit about Nikolai. I don't give a shit about his ass. Then we have like Pavel, And then, like, the game is still telling me that, like, I gotta, like, do the hard mode for that, which I'll get to eventually. I'll get to it at least before server maintenance. I guess I'm a little curious about Dr. Rugosa, but I don't give a shit about Babaluba and Nikolai. Several decades ago. Damn, we going that far back? Shit, that's a long time ago. Germany. Inside a certain central city in the Yellow Zone. At the end of an alley in the slums, an old door creaks loudly as it opens, shedding warm light into the dark night outside. A woman in a ragged cloak hugs a child as she leaves the clinic, turning back frequently to give thanks. Thank you, Dr. Rugosa. We will never forget your kindness. You're welcome. Dr. Rugosa sighs quietly and closes the door to the clinic. Inside the clinic, Dr. Rugosa collapses into his armchair. He reaches out to his mug, but finds the water at the bottom has long since dried up. Mrs. Rugosa emerges from an inside door with a stack of clean bandages. How's your patient? Mrs. Rugosa asks her husband the usual question about his patients, but her tone suggests a kind of formalic tiredness. Eugene Ragusa scratches his head and steeples his fingers under his chin. His life is spared for now, but if he can't get his medication, his condition will inevitably deteriorate. I'll take some time out tomorrow to look for some. Mrs. Ragusa puts down the bandages and silently takes the coffee mug from Dr. Ragusa before cleaning it with her apron. What's wrong? Our savings have almost dried up completely. If we spend the rest of our money on medicine for our patients, we won't have enough to afford bread next week. His wife's words suddenly send Eugene Ragusa into a deep depression. Several years ago, he left the Green Zone with the aspiration of thoroughly eradicating ELA infection and came here to treat the people of the Yellow Zone practically at his own expense. He has poured his energy and passion into this parched land, but his own household has collapsed as a result. Shouldn't you spare a thought for Lucas at least? His health was never good, but supporting your practice has made his condition worse. Just for once, please consider our future, alright? Okay, you know what? Like, I already suspected. I already suspected that Lucas was his kid, and that's why he has a T-doll. He has like a doll of Lucas. It was kind of obvious. It was definitely pretty obvious. The candle flame flickers like Dr. Ragusa's wavering heart. After a long silence, Dr. Ragusa makes up his mind. To buy the essential medication for his patient, to move his clinic to a wealthy district, to invest his finances and turn a profit. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what I pick here. Alright, dear. Perhaps you're right. We must live where for Lucas' sake. Spoiler alert, it doesn't matter. Several months later, at a new clinic near the wealthy district. After leaving the slums, Dr. Ragusa quickly makes a name for himself with his session medical practice, and his fortunes and reputations grow day by day. Oh shit, I'm going to assume this is technically a bad ending. I gotta redo it again, probably. After receiving invitations from one rich and famous individual to another, the Ragusa family decides to move back to the Green Zone. Mrs. Ragusa is packing her bags with great excitement. She suddenly stops to take the invitation out of her pocket and mutters to herself. Can you believe it, Eugene? It feels like a dream. We're actually returned to the Green Zone. Though the room is filled with his wife's elated exclamations, Dr. Ragusa's heart is still heavy. Dad, what are you thinking about? Lucas tugs on Dr. Ragusa's arm, his bright eyes looking up at him in curiosity. Dr. Ragusa smiles and gently ruffles Lucas's hair. He's grown taller in the past few months, and he looks healthier too. Before we leave, Papa wants to go out and take a look. Where are you going? To the site of Papa's former clinic in that old narrow alley. Want to come along, Lucas? What's there to see in that rundown, dangerous place? You can wax nostalgic if you want, but don't drag poor Lucas down there with you. His wife's icy words interrupt the heartwarming scene between father and son. Lucas sticks out his tongue and nimbly runs back to his mother's side. Eugene can understand how his wife feels. If a weak, fragile soul spends a long time in pain and suffering, then once she struggles free of it, she won't want to go back. Dr. Ragusa rises from his chair and silently puts his trench coat before pushing open the door to his home. Come back soon, and don't miss this afternoon train. I know. In the morning sun, Dr. Ragusa sorts out his things and heads back to the familiar slums from his memories. The landscape around him grows more and more rugged and ruined with every step he takes. Bearing flower patches, loose power cables, signboard on the verge of collapse. These familiar streets once again appear before Dr. Ragusa's eyes, and memories of the past resurface in the doctor's mind, as fleeting as clouds of smoke, seemingly real and illusory at the same time. Several years ago, at his medical school graduation ceremony, the students form row after row as they approach the stage, sincerely bowing to their teachers and accepting their certificates from them. The spotlights focus on one young, determined face after another, and thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Among them is the graduate representative Eugene Ragusa, who has just left the stage and is sitting in the first row. Eugene, I heard you got invitations from medical labs in both Belgrade and Moscow. Which one are you going for? Since he still hasn't made his choice, I'm certain he's got an even better place to be. Come on, don't be all secretive. Tell us. I like how this is supposed to be a flashback to, like, his high school days. And, like, he looks like a fucking old man here. Probably because, like, Mika didn't want to draw, like, a younger version of him. So they're just like, hey, like, we're too lazy, so we're just gonna, like, just reuse the old PNG. We're not gonna make, like, a younger version of him. That they would only use once, I guess, to be fair. Indeed, I've made up my mind. Dr. Ragusa's eyes sparkle with emotion. The grand, glorious future is unfurling before him. I'm going to the Yellow Zone, where the sick need me the most. The Yellow Zone? Eugene, are you mad? The gasps from the students beside him soon draw notes from the others. Don't be rash, Eugene. That idealism stuff doesn't work in this day and age. He's right. If you were loaded and had limited phones, it wouldn't be out of the question to do charity work in the contaminated zones. But given your present financial situation, if you go and treat the poor in the slums, not only will you be paid peanuts, you may end up having to foot the bill yourself. You must think this through. Thank you, everyone. But the truth is, before I was chosen to become part of the medical profession, I had already made up my mind to devote my life to serving mankind, to do my best to preserve the glorious and noble tradition of medical practice. That is my reason for becoming a doctor, and the purpose of my life, and I won't abandon it. Dr. Ragusa frowns. The streets before him are no different from when he had first come several years ago. He still remembers the lofty aspiration of saving mankind he had when he had first set foot there. The dream of being a healer of both the body and the spirit. But when he thinks about it now, it is all dust in the wind. Sigh. A despondent sigh snaps through Dr. Ragusa out of his reverie. An older refugee is sitting on the stairs and kneading his right leg with his pale, coarse hands. Anton, can I help you? The old man raises his head. It takes him a long time to recognize Dr. Eugene Ragusa's face. Oh, if it isn't Dr. Ragusa. It's been a long time. Are you well? Dr. Ragusa bends down and opens his backpack. With expert movement, he checks the elderly refugee's wounds carefully. The bandage he had applied for the old man several months ago haven't been changed at all, and the solidification on his leg has been exacerbated due to lack of treatment. Your wounds have gotten worse. Well, I'm old, and this would not have happened anyway. And this would have happened anyway, whether I was treated or not. The old refugee chuckles, but then he sighs again. I feel sorry for Eula, though. She was looking all over for you because of her child. It takes Eugene a moment to remember. Eula was the refugee mother who visited him the night he made his choice. How are they now? Is the boy well? Eula did her best to take care of him, but little Leon died anyway, several days ago. Still, it's for the best. He's free now. He won't have to suffer anymore. A gloominess fills Dr. Ragusa's eyes. The run-down buildings around him haven't changed at all. The brief daylight still struggles to illuminate this place of endless darkness. He wanders around for a while, longer, after treating the old man, but the longer he stays, the more his heart aches. They still need me. Dejected, Dr. Ragusa heads back the way he came. The moment he pushes open the door to his home, a shrill scream fills his ears. The once clean interior of the house is now a mess. Blood has pooled quietly on the ground, and in the center is Lucas's fragile body lying. Oh! Nope, never mind. Yeah, Lucas is dead. Got it. Okay, Lucas died. You're back at last, Dr. Ragusa. In a dark corner of the room, a refugee woman dressed in rags is holding a sharp knife to his wife's throat and glaring at him with a mix of despair and rage. Eugene? She killed Lucas, this mad woman. Mrs. Ragusa's face is streaked with tears as she trembles powerlessly. The refugee woman with the knife has a look of growing insanity in her eyes. It's been a while, Dr. Ragusa. I've waited for a long time for you to come back. Put down the knife, Eula. Do you remember what you told me that day? You said you would take responsibility for Leon's condition. You promised you would give him his injections and save him. But where did you go? You fled like a cowardly dog. You abandoned us and went back on your word. It's not like that. If you couldn't save him, then why did you claim you could in the first place? My poor Leon was still calling for you until the very last moment. He said you were his angel, that you wouldn't abandon him. Did you know he was lying in my arms, quietly bearing his suffering, and he died without a shred of dignity, like a freak? My son died because of you. You made a promise, and then you abandoned us because you were greedy and only cared about your own comfort. Hypocrites like you from the upper class have always looked down on us and wished we would just disappear. My boy is dead, so I'll make sure you pay the same price. Eula bursts into deranged laughter as she brings a knife to her own neck. Now I've got nothing left to live for, ha ha ha. I want you to watch me as I die in front of you. Eula cuts her carotid artery open. Blood sprays out and her eyes go blank. Her mouth opens and closes as she gurgles and chokes up frothy blood like a goldfish. Dr. Ragusa trembles as he collapses to the ground. No, no! The vehement ringing in his ears completely overwhelms his sight and hearing. He writhes in agony, then slumps to the cold floor. Damn, bro! Hello, I'm Doctor, and this is my assistant Lucas. My real son died years ago, but this is a T-doll. Or this is just a doll. Several years later, in the Green Zone's central urban area, at the closing reception in the International Biological Forum, finely dressed medical professionals and academics from various countries stand around, holding their wine glasses in a formal yet relaxed atmosphere. Standing in the very center and commanding everyone's attention is a man in his 40s dressed in a gray suit. The man who was appointed chairman of the German National Drug Regulatory Administration just a few days ago, Eugene Ragusa. Right now, he is smiling and nodding at experts and academics who raise their glasses to him as they pass by. Congratulations, Mr. Ragusa. MDB Mueller rejected all your competitors and appointed you as chairman. This is a lavish praise. That is truly lavish praise. You flatter me, gentlemen. As a medical practitioner, I am simply contributing what little I can. Besides, the last drug that was approved could only delay the onset of symptoms instead of curing ELID entirely. As medical professionals, we still have much work to do. Dr. Ragusa raises his glass and humbly accepts praise from all quarters in a gentlemanly fashion. Good evening, Mr. Ragusa. Your presence truly lights up the place. You probably don't even know me, do you? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Howard Schurz, CEO of Schurz Pharmaceuticals. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Dr. Ragusa politely extends his hands and straightens himself to put on a genial smile. But Schultz's greasy palm and ingrained manner makes him frown inwardly. What a truly rare occasion this is. Surely a young and capable pillar of a nation like yourself will be able to bring light and hope to other people suffering from ELID and ELID and make great contributions to the nation. Okay, I got kind of like sidetracked for that because like the text kept on moving, so I kept on losing my spot there. I try my best. How may I help you? Howard Schurz is not frustrated at being interrupted. Instead, he continues the conversation with the shrewdness and patience of all businessmen. Well, wasn't they terribly special? I simply wanted to meet you. After all, I'm a manufacturer of medicine, and the anti-elite medication that the Schultz plans produce will need to go through you first. So getting to know you would now facilitate our future cooperation. I see. Don't worry, Mr. Schultz. As long as your medicines pass the trials and meet all relevant regulations, I will approve them in a timely fashion. Indeed, indeed. That's the up-and-coming Mr. Ragusa for you. Then allow me to raise a glass in your honor. Here's to working together in the future. Dr. Ragusa nods and takes a sip of champagne. He then excuses himself and makes his way to the other side of the party as Howard Schultz eyes him thoughtfully. 2 weeks later, at the Drug Regulatory Administration office, Eugene Ragusa steeples his fingers under his chin and stares down at the 2 documents on the table with a deep frown. Schurz Pharmaceuticals' Type Alpha experimental drug is showing negative reactions far in excess of the allowable threshold in Phase 3 clinical trials. So why haven't these inspectors and review experts said anything against it? Are you sure they've seen all this report? Yes, Mr. Ragusa. This is the decision the experts made after careful review. His secretary politely replies from across the desk. Ah, they got bought off. I'm willing to bet that Schultz, he must have paid off the reviewers or something. Dr. Ragusa rises from his armchair and looks outside the window. Dark gray clouds conceal the skyscrapers before him. Near the purification towers, the rundown slums are like a blight on the city, festering and spreading day after day. Shall I stamp it with your approval as usual? Wait. Eugene Ragusa places a hand on the report, just as the secretary is about to take it away. Mr. Ragusa? I need to have a chat with certain people first. By which you mean? Howard Schwartz. I want to speak with Mr. Howard Schwartz. Arrange an appointment for me. I'm going to visit him in person. The next day in the CEO's office of the Schwartz Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Ragusa lays the trial report on the desk. Schwartz smiles and calmly and lights a pipe in his hand. The gray smoke rises slowly, filling the spacious, exquisitely furnished room. Mr. Ragusa, this is just a minor matter. An infinitesimal discrepancy. On the order of 1 in 10,000. Surely there's no need for such concern. 1 in 10,000, Mr. Schwartz? Have you ever considered this? Once this drug enters the market, this 1 in 10,000 chance will be applied to a population numbering the millions. Do you still think this is a minor matter? Howard Schwartz waves his hand tiredly, gesturing to Dr. Ragusa to calm down. The Type Alpha compound is targeted at the low-end market, patients who can't afford more expensive forms of therapy, and so its price is correspondingly low. Frankly speaking, we won't be able to make much profit off this project. Keeping the undesirable effect of the medicine to that level is pretty much all we could do. I'm sure people will understand. That is no excuse for producing substandard medication. Dr. Eugene Ragusa, you don't seem to understand your situation. You only have 2 options. Either approve the drug or look the other way. Even if you tried to fight this state of affairs and take a 3rd option, someone will correct it for you. But when that time comes, you might not be happy with the results. Very well, thank you for your advice. Dr. Ragusa straightens up and marches out of the office. Behind him, Howard Schwartz lets out a mocking chuckle as he narrows his scheming eyes. 2 weeks later. Welcome to Octool Camera. The investigation into the NDRA chairman Eugene Ragusa's alleged academic misconduct is still going. Dozens of experts from National Medication Associations have jointly signed a petition requesting an investigation into plagiarism in academic essays published by Eugene Ragusa during and after his university studies. The German Ministry of Health has involved itself in the matter, while Eugene Ragusa has been suspended for the duration of the investigation. The relevant authorities state that if the charges are valid, Eugene Ragusa will be permanently stripped of his medical license and forbidden from taking part in the medical or academic activity. In the NDRA office. Mr. Ragusa, I still can't get through to MDB Mueller. Should I keep calling? Don't bother. Ragusa shrugs and then walks from the window over to his armchair, where he slowly sits down. Who would have thought that in just a month's time, he would have plummeted from his lofty perch, that the dream would evaporate like a burst bubble. And now even MDB Mueller has abandoned him. I've helped pack your things. The car is waiting at the back door. Will you be going now? Ragusa turns to look out his window one last time. The dark clouds are still there, and the desolation is still in the distance. Nothing has changed. Nothing will ever change. I'll go. It's time I left. Basically, a good man was destroyed by his very ugly counterparts. Basically, Dr. Ragusa did nothing wrong, but everything happens to him though. Decades later, in the Galatea Corporation auditorium, the press conference for the new ELIT drug Aiden is in full swing. The flashbulbs going off below the stage constantly illuminate the faces of the experts in attendance. Though many industry professionals had their doubts when Galatea published the results of Aiden at the beginning of clinical trials, reassurances from Mrs. Gray and another heavyweight medical professional seem to have banished much of the rumors going around. Thank you for your answer, Mrs. Gray. I'd like to address my next question to Mr. Eugene Ragusa. Ever since you resigned from your position as chairman of the NDREA after a short tenure, you let yourself fade quietly into obscurity, and the German Ministry of Health never gave a definite conclusion regarding the veracity of charges of Aiden misconduct made against you. But in recent years, you've chosen to step back into the public eye as a medical expert. What are your thoughts on the events from all those years ago? Can you provide any substantial evidence of your academic privilegism and vouch for yourself as an authority in the field? Thank you. The old white-haired man remains perfectly calm and unruffled, but just as he's about to reply, the host interrupts him. Sorry, but this is an Aiden press conference, so please refrain from raising irrelevant questions. Dr. Ragusa is an extremely knowledgeable clinical expert in the field of ELIT pharmaceutical research. When the Schwartz Pharmaceuticals scandal came to light 2 years ago, the release of the relevant insider documents was enough to prove that. It's alright. Dr. Ragusa waves in a genial fashion and smiles at the host and reports before him. As the disturbance in the audience quiets down, Dr. Ragusa carries on in this preternatural calm and composure. I can solemnly declare with a clear conscience, I have never committed any form of academic misconduct. I did not resign back then out of guilty conscience. I was made as a scapegoat when it became too much of an obstacle to the industry's economic interest. Of course, I cannot say that I am completely without blame. As chairman of the NDRA, I was not able to stop Schwartz Pharmaceuticals' illegal medication from entering the market, and could only watch as they flouted the law, resulting in many unfortunate consequences. That is the greatest regret of my life. Therefore, I am standing here today to vouch for Galatea's corporate Aiden, not just because I am convinced of the drug's efficiency as a medical expert, but also because of my conscience. We have all seen the experimental data for Aiden, and the purpose for its development is most commendable. I haven't spent most of my life laboring away in this field. Being able to finally see a low-cost, effective, and safe ELIT medication in my twilight years, I have to say, it has moved me from the depths of my heart. Okay, wait. So, like, if I understand Aiden, wasn't Mashlin the only one that could actually, like, safely use it on people or something? I think that was what I understood before. Like when Nell gave Aiden to, like, a random, like, person, like, it looked like it worked, but then, like, it had side effects. And I think that's what's wrong with Aiden, right? Like, if you give Aiden to, like, the average Joe, like, without any preparation, then, like, Aiden is also, like, a very bad drug to use. But then, like, if Mashlin uses Aiden, like, she does something to it, right? And then, like, when Mashlin uses Aiden, it's better, right? Like, when Mashlin can actually cure. Mashlin was actually able to cure ELIT infection. But when other people use it, though, it doesn't actually work. So, Aiden was a shit drug in the hands of anyone else. That's why, like, it was bad when Nell used it. Because Nell thought it was good. Nell didn't know about Aiden being bad. And Nell only looked at the data. So Nell got in trouble when she used it for free on, like, a random person. But, like, whenever Mashlin healed people, Mashlin was able to heal people, like, she was able to, like, fully cure, like, the little girl and shit. She was able to, like, fully cure, like, that's why, like, in Bonstorf, people thought Mashlin was a fucking goddess. Because they were like, oh, like, she can actually cure ELID, and, like, there's no, like, fucking downside to it, or whatever like that. It actually kind of makes me wonder if Moradao can do that. Because, like, Moradao and Mashlin are supposed to be, like, the same person. So, like, I wonder if Moradao can do it, but she just chooses not to. Because, like, she doesn't care to do it. Moradao is obviously a lot more offensive than Mashlin was. But I wonder if Moradao could cure Elid if she wanted to. Also, I drink some water. Also, it seems like Paradias can technically cure Elid if they turn you into a Naito. If you get turned into a Naito, that technically cures you of Elid, and then you get like Elid immunity or some shit. Obviously, you become a Paradia slave, but technically it's a cure. You just get turned into a copy of like all the Naitos, unless like, I guess unless you're good enough to become like a ringleader Naito or some shit. If you become like a ringleader Naito, then you get to like keep like a little bit of your like your autonomy. And then if you become like a regular Naito, you basically become a slave. But then like I guess if you become like a ringleader Naito though, then like you have like a different problem. You have like a fucking like god complex, like for William. And like you want nothing but to make William happy. So like it's kind of like brainwashing to be fair. And then like the only reason why Mashlin was able to get away from like being brainwashed is because like she was able to like escape early, like in her experimentation. Like if Mashlin had stayed there longer, she also might have gotten brainwashed to like worship William. But Mashlin was able to hide away and escape though. So Mashlin never worshipped William at all. Therefore, I wholeheartedly look forward to Aiden, and I hope all the people would join us in witnessing the light of a new dawn together. That is all I wish to say. Thank you. The silent auditorium suddenly fills with a thunderous applause. Many people rise to cheer, and some even doff their hats to Dr. Ragusa in respect. Mrs. Gray, who is also in attendance, studies Dr. Ragusa carefully, from the corner of her eye, with an enigmatic smile on her face. Inside a high-end office in Galatea's corporation. Thank you for taking the time out to attend the Aiden press conference. Has work been going well recently? Gray pours a cup of coffee for Dr. Ragusa, then takes a seat on the sofa opposite him with a smile. Well, I'm getting old, and less nimble than I used to be, but that doesn't affect my work, so don't worry. Good. Gray watches as Dr. Ragusa calmly sips his coffee. Time has carved scar after scar into this weathered old man, but it has not dimmed the brilliance in his eyes. Beneath the seemingly placid surface of the blue ocean, she can sense an elusive, complex undertow. Your speech today made quite an impression. In particular, your endorsement of Aiden put many people at ease. Which reminds me, I don't believe I've ever discussed much about Aiden with you. Dr. Ragusa puts down his cup and looks Gray in the eye. A Ragusa in his youth would have said something completely different. But now, I know that a price must be paid for the advancement of science and technology. If Aiden succeeds, then those sacrifices will have been worthwhile. Even if we must bear the mantle of villainy throughout the ages, the people who will survive because of Aiden will still thank us for what we've done. So, you let the next generation judge your actions? Precisely. Gray smiles thoughtfully. Then she stands up and snaps her fingers. I almost forgot. I have something important to give you, Dr. Ragusa. A white inner door slides open, and a petite figure peers nervously into the room. He has a timid and youthful air about him as he walks out of the shadows. Dr. Ragusa turns around to look, but when he lays eyes upon the figure, his expression changes dramatically. Lucas! Oh, I was not expecting this plot twist. So, I thought Dr. Ragusa, like, made Lucas after he died, but I didn't know that Paradias gave him Lucas. Does this mean that Lucas has Paradias software inside of him? I mean, it must, right? He must have, like, some Paradias shit inside of him, then. His voice trembles uncontrollably, as a giddiness threatens to overwhelm him. Careful. Gray reaches out to catch the old man before his knees buckle. The coolness of her hand snaps Dr. Ragusa's back to reality. He blinks vigorously before he realizes that this is not an illusion. Mr. Ragusa, this is a small gift from Galatea Corporation as a token of our sincerity in working together. A biomimetic doll cannot compare to your late son, but we furnished him with the sufficient medical knowledge to serve as your assistant. I hope you like it. Dr. Ragusa wipes away the sweat on his head and walks up to the boy. He kneels down and stares into his eyes. After a long while, he stands back up and nods to Gray in awe. The Galatea's corporate technical ability is truly impressive. Thank you. I'm sure we'll have many more chances to work together in the future. Lucas' eyes sparkle with innocence as he looks up at the two of them. After a strange silence, the kindly old man finally bends down and takes his hand into his warm palm. God bless Griffin. I like seeing that graffiti there. A month later, Eugene Ragusa and a group of young doctors set up a free clinic in the Soviet Union's Yellow Zone in the name of Transnational Humanitarian Rescue. Eugene disembarks on the vehicle with Lucas's help. As he treads upon the ravaged ruins, familiar memories flash through his mind. He remembers how his youthful self had come to the Yellow Zone, with hope burning in his heart, and how he had clung to his convictions as he struggled through day after day of hardship. However, his efforts were only repaid with pain. His only son died, and his wife left him. Now all he has left is his assistant, Lucas. But compared to his real son, from the best days of his life, even the most finely made doll is nothing but the crude facsimile. Dr. Ragusa, please save my dad. Dr. Ragusa hears a pitiful plea from behind him. He slowly turns around, and a refugee dressed in tatters comes into view. On the refugee's back is a wheezing old man on his last leg. The old man is horribly ravaged by Elid, and his condition is critical. Dr. Ragusa briefly hesitates, but just as he's about to step forward, one of the young doctors beside him stops him. Dr. Ragusa, Elid treatment isn't part of our services. Also, the patient there's been waiting for a long time. Look. He looks in the direction where the young doctor is pointing. A long line of old and frail patients have formed in front of a rickety table. With just a glance, Dr. Ragusa knows all these cases have been chosen in advance. A case for a simple performance. He clenches his fist in silence and finally makes his decision. To treat the patients in line. A younger Ragusa would treat the beggar's father, but an older Ragusa would do the patients in line, I think. Let's go, Lucas. Dr. Ragusa bows apology to the beggar, and as the latter pleads with him to stay, he turns his back on him and heads towards the long table. It may be an inflammation. Draw some blood for testing. After briefly conversing with the patient about his symptoms, Dr. Ragusa hands down instructions with experience eased. Lucas takes out a test tube and syringe from a medical case. Please hold out your left arm. The patient obediently places his arm on the pad. Dr. Ragusa cleans the infection site with an iodine solution and takes a needle from Lucas. The patient's narrow veins are hard to find as a thread on the ground. He winces in pain several times, and Dr. Ragusa can't help but feel his heart clench. Allow me, Dr. Ragusa. Sorry. Dr. Ragusa nods and hands the needle to Lucas. Lucas quickly locates the vein and draws the blood. After repeatedly reminding the patient about some do's and don'ts, Lucas helps the patient back up and escorts him away. Dr. Ragusa watches Lucas with dejection, and then he looks down pensively at his aged hands. Her fever's cooling down. My sister's saved. Thank you, Dr. Ragusa. A teenager hops around excitedly in a cramped clinic, making the old hollow floorboards creak. Calm down, my boy. Calm down. Though he's telling the boy to calm down, Dr. Ragusa is still infected by the young man's joy, and can't help but smile. He opens his arms and accepts the young man's embrace. In the corner of his eyes, he sees his wife and child in the doorway, smiling brilliantly. Doctor, please wake up. The train's almost here. Dr. Ragusa opens his sleep-clouded eyes. his mind still engrossed in his happy dream. Only when the lights of the VIP lounge dazzle his eyes does the doctor remember where he is. For just a moment, the knowledge of what he lost hits him like a hammer, pounding notes of endless despair into his heart. In all the decades that have passed and all the dark days since, the happiness that he started out with has long since turned into regrets. Damn, bro! Ah, shit! Are we back here again? Belursky Railway Station, Moscow. Lucas helps Dr. Ragusa into the first-class carriage of the future. No! No! I thought I was done with this! Don't make me drink again, please. Don't do it, game. Don't do it. Doctor, the free clinic isn't over yet. Is it a good idea for us to go back early? If the Galatea Corporation learns that you didn't stick to the contract, wouldn't they blame you for it? My dear Lucas, you'll help cover for me, won't you? Understood, Doctor. I'll think of something. Dr. Ragusa tousles Lucas's hair and sighs heavily. Why are you sighing? I was just thinking about those refugees. They didn't get a chance to be treated in the end. Doctor. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, if I had stuck to my guns at first, would things have turned out any different? Dr. Ragusa feels his little assistant's concerned gaze on him, and he chuckles quietly. Look at me, talking nonsense again. Tap tap. Following a series of steady footsteps, a woman appears beside him. After checking her ticket information, she takes a seat opposite Dr. Ragusa. Hello, I'm Ludmila. Ah, yeah, we're back here. Yep, we're back here. Eugene Ragusa, but you can call me Dr. Ragusa. After their brief introduction, the carriage falls silent again. Lucas takes out a blanket and covers the doctor with it. Secure in his warm embrace, the doctor drifts off into sleep. In a silent lab, while Dr. Ragusa is quietly preparing for the experiment, Lucas comes up to him. Doctor, the test subjects for today are here. Send them in. Alright. Lucas opens the door and ushers in a short little girl. No! No, this is a coincidence, right? It has to be. There's no way. There's no way that this is connecting to PNC. This is legit just a coincidence. They're just using the name. They're just using the name. There's no way. There's no way. This is just a coincidence. This is just a coincidence. It's not real. It's not real, guys. As of right now, there's still no connection to PNC and to Girls Frontline. This is literally a coincidence. Antonina, age 10, 120 centimeters tall, weighing 30 kilograms. She's eligible. Send her to the back. Yes, doctor. Next, Rosita, age 11. Oh, wait. Rosita's the little girl. Rosita was the little girl that he helped on the train. So that means, like, it's not the first time he met Rosita. Lucas suddenly stops at his examination and turns to the doctor. Dr. Ragusa, this girl doesn't match her information. There's something wrong with her eyes. The doctor walks up to the girl. She stares straight ahead with clear eyes. Empty eyes, it does not react to the doctor's movements. She's blind. The doctor thinks with a tinge of regret. She was plunged into hell before she could see the good in this world. Never mind, let's not waste any time. If the other organs are fine, then send her in. Alright. Half an hour later. Doctor, we processed all the test subjects. Alright, I'm going to begin the experiment. Wait for me outside. I can help too. No, go outside. Yes, doctor. Lucas' shoulders droop as he leaves the lab. Dr. Ragusa is adamant about this. He doesn't want Lucas to see the experimental procedure. Begin log. The test subject files have all been uploaded. Now. Dr. Ragusa looks at the children sleeping peacefully inside the room and lets out a small sigh. We proceed with the experiments. Several hours later, Dr. Ragusa has taken off his surgical mask and gloves and is cleaning off the leftover bloodstains on his body. Doctor, the orderlies have already cleared away the experimental subjects. Good. They also said that one of the experimental subjects wasn't dead yet. They would like you to take care of it. Got it. Oh, let me guess. Is it Rosita? Rosita was one that lived. Dr. Ragusa puts his bloodstained gloves back on and heads to the room where the test subjects are stored. It's that girl. She's curled up into a ball and trembling in the corner. Doctor, do you want me to do it? Ragusa looks into the girl's empty eyes, and after a brief silence, he turns to Lucas. Give her 2 sleeping pills. Are you sure, Doctor? 2 sleeping pills won't be fatal. I know, just do as I say. Yes, Doctor. After taking one last look at the girl, Dr. Ragusa leaves the lab. Dr. Ragusa thought that would be the last time he sees the girl. But here on the train, he once again encounters the girl with the clear eyes. This time, perhaps he can save her. Dr. Ragusa can't help but hope. The serum gradually vanishes into the needle, and Rosita's face relaxes visibly. Inside the clamorous carriage, the doctor kneels beside Rosetta as his mind wanders. Doctor, you must have more serum, right? Hand over the rest. We need serum too. Give it to me. The primitive, greedy survival instinct starts stirring in the heart of the surrounding passengers. I don't have any more. That was the last dose. Liar! Hand it over now. Please calm down. The doctor only had a single tube of serum with him. Lucas tries his best to keep the passengers back, but they soon have the doctor surrounded. Since you're being so damn stubborn, they have nothing to discuss, old man. Oh shit, yo, they even bothered to fucking draw this? Damn. With the shing, the man in the lead pulls out a knife and closes Messi like a hungry wolf. I didn't even think they would even bother to give like fucking extra CG for the side stories. Yo, old man about to be shanked. Soon the others all gather around the doctor with their weapons out. Doctor! Put the knife down. As Dr. Ragusa confronts the savage passengers, he recalls the way Lucas, his son, collapsed before him all those years ago. Yo, the music changed though. It fucking changed. Yo, this is like the fucking stand-down music. It makes him like Colonel Sanders. Just a normal day in London. But as the notion of failure rears his ugly head, Dr. Ragusa immediately beats it back down. He knows he has nowhere to run now. Even if he's afraid, he still has to protect his last hope. Dr. Ragusa grits his teeth and stands his ground. I won't let anything be taken from me ever again. Dr. Ragusa spreads his arm to plant himself firmly in front of Lucas and Rosita. Just as the knife is about to pierce Dr. Ragusa's flesh, someone kicks the door open. A massive figure charges through the airtight blockade in just a second. Get lost! All of you, get lost! Ah shit, Pavel to the rescue. Pavel swings the spanner in his hands, clearing a safe space for Dr. Ragusa. Rosetta, is she alright? I injected the serum. Her condition is stabilized. Thank goodness. Thank you. Dr. Ragusa returns to Rosita's side. Her breathing is calm and regular. The serum seems to be working. Doctor, are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Then why are you crying? Confused, Dr. Ragusa touches his cheek and feels the cool dampness through his glove. He had not cried since his son's death. Doctor? I saved a life. Lucas blinks as he waits for the doctor to explain himself. But Dr. Ragusa simply keeps muttering to himself. I saved a life. Turns out, all I've ever wanted is the gratification of saving lives. Yo, badass last scene for Dr. Ragusa, though. Okay, so I have Babaluba. I don't give a shit about Babaluba. I don't give a shit about, like, Nikolai, because we know that Nikolai and Babaluba die anyway, and honestly, I don't really give a shit about their backstory, to be fair. And I'm semi-curious about Pavel, so I guess I'll look at Pavel's story. You know what? I didn't think that, like, I'd be interested in Pavel at the very start of the event, but Pavel definitely grew on me. And also, like, we do have a Cyclops unit in Project Neurocloud. You want Mona back? Yo, Mona is still fighting fucking Nimrod, bro. They're still like at the Paradies flying castle. Mona is fighting Nimrod. In the Siberian wilderness. Maintenance work on the Siberian Lifeline Railway is complete, and the human supervisors have vanished into the distance, leaving the last batch of railway droids adrift in the wind and snow. Where should we go? For the nth time, a railway droid mutters those words to a dim light inside his little shack. All I know is that if we don't leave, the recycling party that comes by later will write us off. Recycling party, those are the words that the human supervisors had said before they left. They were probably warning the railway droids, who were left behind, that if they didn't find like another job soon, they would be brought to the recycling plant and scrapped. But they've been stranded here for several days, and they haven't seen this legendary recycling party. It would be good to be recycled. At the very least, we wouldn't need to be sitting here thinking about where we have to go next. I don't want to be written off here. What about you, Bookworm? Ah, so this is before Pavel got his name. He was Gert M 612. The wary droid called Bookworm puts his book down and slowly raises his head. I once read in a book that if you meet your fated rose, then when you look up at the starry sky, you will find that all the stars in the heavens look like that rose. A rose? Is that some kind of virus that destroys your visual modules? I just looked it up. It is a plant that is harmless to us. Then why can it turn the stars into roses? I don't know, but I want to find the answer. 612 looks up into the black night sky. Due to the excessive contamination, the stars are not visible from here, but it is said that many years ago, the stars here were numerous and bright. Where are you going? I'm going on a journey tomorrow. I'll go all the way west to Warsaw. Where's Warsaw? 612 takes out an old map. From their current position, he will need to cross pretty much the entire continent before reaching Warsaw. It's so far away. Are you planning to walk along the Siberian lifeline? Yes, Warsaw is the furthest stop I can reach. Once again, all that is left in this world is the sound of billowing snowstorms and the crunching of branches being trampled underfoot. Don't go. Stay here with us. Human cities are too dangerous. They'll do terrible things to you. You may end up disappointed by what you see. I know, even if I can get on the train and go to Warsaw, I probably won't find what I seek. 612's head-mounted lamp flashes briefly, like a gentle wink, but it also seems to signal his sorrow for having to say goodbye. But I still want to see it. After all, there is nothing here. No flowers and no roses. I hope that when I am recycled, I will be able to see roses in the night sky. Well, if you made up your mind. A hand pats 612 on the shoulder. Then let us share this last night together. No! He's going to leave his Robo-Bros! He'll never see them. He's never going to see his Robo-Bros ever again. Morning of the next day. This is goodbye, my railway buddies. Let us meet again in the giant recycling plant in the sky. 612 packs his pitifully scarce belongings into his backpack and prepares to set out toward the train station. What's this? It's for you. 634 places a small bag in 612's pack. It contains rocks the 634 has collected in his spare time. Aren't these rocks your prized possessions? F90 and I are going to the recycling station to be written off. The human supervisor said that these rocks sell for a lot outside, so they'll be used to you. Thank you. I would take care of them. Goodbye, 612. Goodbye. Okay, so, like, his robot buddies, they decide, like, there's nothing left to live for. So, his robot buddies are basically going to commit suicide, essentially. They're gonna go to the recycling plant so that way they could be scrapped, because there's nothing left to live for. 612 walks off towards the train station by himself. Along the way, he looks back. 590 and 634's figures look small, like two tree stumps retreating out of the snow. But unlike the trees, when spring comes next year, they will not wake up again. Several days later, at Warzawa Centralina railway station, 612 gets off the train with his pack on his back. The passengers stream towards the exit, each heading off to their respective destination. Only 612 stands rooted to the spot. He looks towards the stewardess off to the side. Hello. The stewardess responds with a smile, but when she takes in 612's appearance, a look of disgust crosses her face. You've gotten off the train. I have no obligation to serve you. I just wanted to ask, where can I see roses in Warsaw? Roses? Go search up a few pictures on the net and find out for yourself. The stewardess stalks off, leaving 612 alone on the empty platform. I want to find a real rose, one that makes me think of it when I look at the starry sky. As he mutters to himself, he slowly walks out of the station. Sometime later, in the suburbs of Warsaw. You know what? I'm going to assume that, like... Okay, so, like, Pavel is not, like... He's not, like, a T-doll. And he's not, like, a civilian doll. He's, like, a construction bot, right? Or he's, like, a railway... He was a railway doll, he said. So, like... I'm going to assume because he's not humanoid, that means that, like, he's probably made from cheaper parts. Because, like, when it comes to, like, regular waifu bots, they always have, like, the fear of being captured by doll kidnappers. But Pavel is not a humanoid. He's not, like, a humanoid T-doll, though. So, I guess, like, the reason he's lived for so long is because, like, he looks ugly and shit, and people assume he's not worth anything. Whereas, like, all the other waifu bots, they always have the problem of, like, being kidnapped. Even Griffin. Like, even the Griffin dolls, they almost got kidnapped a few times whenever, like, they were away from the base and shit. 612 sits dejectedly on the side of the road. He has been looking for several hours, but all the people he asked have either ignored him or responded with mockery. Finally, 612 comes to a conclusion. There are no roses here. I should have known. The rose in the book was a fragile thing that had to be protected from the outside world with a glass cover. Such a fragile entity could not possibly exist here. The streets below 612's feet reek with the combined stench of rotten food, fermented droppings, and other indiscernible smells. The people on the streets shamble along like aimless walking corpses, merely living pointlessly. 612 looks down. After working for long years in the contaminated zones, his body is covered in dents and cracks too. Perhaps he also looks like a walking corpse in the eyes of others. There are no roses here. No roses exist in any of the places that I can travel to. He looks up at the night sky. His neck parts make a screeching noise from rust. There is nothing in the murky, dark sky. There are no stars here either. His light goes dim. I have done everything I wanted to do. I suppose it's time I went to the recycling station. 612 rises ponderously and makes for the doll recycling station in Warsaw. Outside the doll recycling station, 612 undergoes a chassis inspection. The recycling worker stares at the underwhelming numbers with a deep frown. You're in such a mess, there's no point in recycling you. I'm sorry. 612 stands motionly before the scanning instrument, thinking about his days working on the railroad with his friends. Back then, he would often stare at the furthest reaches of the seemingly endless railroad, wondering what sort of machine would travel along the tracks. Today, he found the answer. He boarded a train that was like a gargantuan steel beast, and the tracks that countless railway droids had toured over flew past him. His heart swelled, but nobody could share his feelings, because nobody on the train knew exactly how these tracks had been fixed. Raise your arms. Alright. 612 obediently raises his arms. Over the head of the recycling worker, he sees a girl stumble out of the alley and slip into a muddy puddle. The girl's face is pale, and she looks undernourished. Her skinny body is hidden under a baggy coat, like a withered flower, then could be crushed to bits with just a squeeze. Someone is hurt. The recycling worker looks back absentmindedly, then continues what he's doing. Several street thugs come running out of the alley. They curse and shout as they pull the girl's hair and drag her into the darkness. That girl, she needs help. Mind your own business. 612 watches quietly as the girl cries for help, as she leaves a twisted trail on the ground. This fragile little life is about to be harmed by the terrible things outside the glass cover, while everyone else just looks on. He gently pushes the worker aside and walks out of the recycling station. What's wrong? What's with you? My apologies. I do not wish to be recycled for now. The worker curses from behind him, but 612 does not look back and heads towards the girl. Inside the dark alley, 612 has chased away the thugs with his wrench and his tough body. The girl sits on the ground in a daze, still trying to process what just happened. Who are you? Alright, so based on like what Rosita said like during the actual story, she did say that her family abandoned her. Basically, like, her family, so, like, this is what I assume happened. So, her family sent her to Galatea, hoping to be cured, right? And then, like, Dr. Ragusa was supposed to kill her. Because, like, it was a test, she was a test subject. So, Dr. Ragusa was supposed to kill her, but then he didn't, though. He just had Lucas put her to sleep. So, then when she came out, then, like, her family, when they found out that she was alive, her family wanted nothing to do with her, because not only is she blind, but she also has Elin infection. So, her family didn't really want to save her either. So basically, she just kind of like was just left alone. And then like, I guess she kind of just like wandered about aimlessly, since like she's blind and shit. The girl struggles to her feet. Her beautiful, clear eyes have no focus and no life in them. 612 wonders how he should explain his identity to a juvenile human. Pavel, is that you? Pavel? Can she not see what I look like? The girl calls out and walks shakily forward. The hand she reaches out is fragile and frantic, as though she's feeling for the final ray of light in her life, trying to keep it from fading. 612 hesitates for a moment, and then he holds out his wrench to the girl so she can stare herself with it. Why don't you say something, Pavel? Is that you? It's me, Pavel. And that's how he gets on the future, because he wants to buy Aiden. A choppy voice pierces the darkness and reaches me. Ah! Now this is interesting. So we're in Rosita's point of view. Well, Rosita can't see though, she's blind. So, it's just gonna be black? Now this is interesting. It's me, Pavel. Pavel. I squeeze the objects in my hand. It isn't a warm hand, but a block of cold metal. Cold, like a dead body that's lost its warmth. Thank goodness you're still there. Where should we go next? You don't look well. I think you need to charge, to replenish your... To get something to eat. Yes, to eat something. You're right. I am a little hungry. Wait here for me. I'll go find some food. His voice is so gentle, so careful, yet so reassuring. I obediently sit down in the corner he has cleared for me, and I hear the sound of paper rustling. I think he's built a little fort for me. A fragile rose. Needs the protection of a glass case. Oh, I like how it says me. I like, because it is from her perspective. He mutters to himself as he heads off. As I sit in the warm darkness, I recall the past, and the cabinet that at once made me feel safe. Barely Orphanage, Bremen. Something hits hard the ground behind me with a loud crash, followed by the wicked laughter of children. I didn't dare speak or even look back. All I could do was follow the path I remembered, and felt my way across the wall as I ran towards my safe space. Come out, blind girl! We'll cure you, haha! I curled up in my tiny cabinet. This was the place that only I knew about. It was roughly in the right corner of the warehouse, and very hard to find, owing to all the piled up stuff blocking it from view. Come on out! I'm running low on patience. Forget it, Lena. That blind girl must be weighing herself in a corner somewhere. Let's wait outside the door. When she comes out, we'll give her a surprise. They laughed loudly as they walked out of the warehouse, but I couldn't tell if they were lying in wait at the doorway or if they had lost interest and left. Therefore, I could only cower in the cabinet and wait for the time to go by. Someone was moving the cardboard. Is it a rag picker? I hugged myself tightly by reflex. I found you some food, but I'm not sure if you can eat it. An object giving off an appetizing aroma is held before my face, and I eagerly grab it and eat it. I try to recall when I last ate. It must have been about 3 days ago, when I happened to find a piece of cold bread by the road. Take it easy. Nobody's taking it from you. Thank you. It's a sound of rustled parts rubbing against each other. Then I sense him sitting beside me, though he's still keeping a distance from me. Don't you want some? I've eaten. I swallow big mouthfuls of food, and the warm sensation fills me with comfort and security, to the point where I almost cry. Many times in my heart, I have questioned the parents that I had never met. Why have you brought me into such a world? But this warm food alone helps briefly put aside my resentment and give thanks when I am alive. Burley Orphanage Bremen. After huddling inside the cabinet for who knows how long, I end up falling asleep. A gentle knock awoke me. I figured you'd be here. I reach out into the darkness when a warm hand took mine and held it against her face. A face that I knew very well. Rosita. I was about to say something when a small piece of bread was stuffed into my hands. This was the dinner that the orphanage would give us every day, but she had given it all to me. The warmth of her palms was both kind and reassuring. I bet you haven't eaten all day, right? You must be starving. Wait, you're telling me that this chick doesn't have a name too? So, she also doesn't have a name. So she took the name of somebody else. Thank you. I wolfed. Yo, nobody has fucking names, man. It's like fucking Maggie was like Miss Seance. Freaking like Catherine was like Miss Poker. Rosetta is question mark random girl. Rosetta is blind girl, and then like and then Pavel was like MG612 or whatever shit like that. Nobody has a fucking name, man. I wolfed down the bread in a few mouthfuls. Rosetta then joined me in the cabinet. I could feel her warmth pressed against my body, putting me at ease. Say, you should give yourself a name. Calling you by a number just feels weird. Especially when I'm looking for you. I think a number is pretty good. Fine. The other children had told me that names are given by one's parents, and if nobody gives you a name, then even if you take one for yourself, it's not really your name. Oh yes, I got some good news for you. What is it? House Mother says I can go into the sweet dream box. Rosetta's breath fills my ear with warmth, but it fills my heart with icy dread. You mustn't go into the box. But why? All the kids here want to go. Oh. Okay, I'm going to assume that the sweet dream box must be the Galatea experimentation. So the orphanage must give people to Galatea, and then that's where Dr. Ragusa was working. So Dr. Ragusa was doing the experimentation on the children, on the orphan kids and shit. And then like they would die during the experimentation. And then somehow the blind girl did not die from the experimentation, and Dr. Ragusa felt sorry for her. So Dr. Ragusa kept her alive. And then he never thought he would see her again. And then he saw the blind girl again, so now he's trying to save her. But yeah, the sweet dream box is Galatea. So it's Paradias. Yo, it's Paradias. It's always Paradias, yo. Paradias be shit, man. Paradias is everywhere. House Mother once said that when you enter the sweet dream box, your wishes will come true. It's a scary thing. Why do you say that? It's not like you got inside before. You blame William. I told you, right? I once overheard what House Mother said. And I heard that the kids inside the sweet dream box, their screams were so awful. There must have been some misunderstanding. Rosetta crawls out of the cabinet and grabs my hand to help me. No more talking bad about the Sweet Dream Box. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I know what the Sweet Dream Box is now. Now I remember what it is. This was like back in like, I want to say this was back like in Isomer or like Shatter Connection. Okay, it's the boxes that they stuff orphans in when they send them to William to be turned to Naitos. That's what the Sweet Dream Box is. I remember because Anna said it. So Anna talked about how she was stuffed in a box and like there's scratch marks. If you look in the boxes, there's always scratch marks inside the boxes because the kids are trying to get out. And then like you either get turned into a Naito if you're compatible, or you die. You die if you don't get turned into a Naito. So the Sweet Dream Box is them being shipped to William, so that way William can turn them into Naitos. They're being shipped to Paradius. Yeah, that's what the Sweet Dream Box is. So that means Rosetta, or not Rosetta, that means Blind Girl. Blind Girl could have been a Naito if she stayed at the orphanage long enough. And I guess Rosetta is about to go to the Sweet Dream Box. So Rosetta, the real Rosetta, is about to turn to a Naito, assuming that she was compatible. You know, I've been waiting a long time for this day. But any more and I'll get mad. All I could do was keep quiet and followed Rosetta back to my room. Oh, it's the sad music. Oh, it's the sad music. Yep. After finishing all the food he got for me, I leaned against the wall in satisfaction. Where did you come from? I do not understand. It's alright. I know you're not Pavel. He would never have given me food. I reach out in his direction, but everything I touch is hard metal, with no soft parts. All I can do is try my hardest to imagine what he might look like. I came from Siberian wastes. Where is that? Far, far away from Warsaw. I had to take the intercontinental train to come to Warsaw. The intercontinental train. It is like a huge serpentine beast made of steel with long carriages. Wow, how does it move? It runs at great speeds over the rails. What's wrong? My friends and I have been working to repair the rails on the Siberian plains for all these years. So I find it very hard to describe how I felt when I rode the intercontinental train that went over these rails. That's amazing. You've done something incredible. Something incredible. How about you, then? Where did you come from? I came from the Briley Orphanage in Bremen. I'm trying to get back there. How the fuck did she get from Bremen to Warsaw? When she's blind and she has no family. How the hell did she even get here? Okay, so we know that she was eventually sent to the Galatea. She was eventually sent to Galatea from the orphanage. We know that for sure. So, like, she must have been put, like, on a car or something like that. And then, like, we don't know what happened to her after Dr. Ragusa, like, gave her sleeping pills. We do know that she went to Galatea, though. They sent her to Galatea at first. And then, like, damn, bro. An orphanage. Why do you want to go back there? I have a friend who's waiting for me there. I need to find... Oh, no, yo, she gone. She gone, man. Rosetta got put in the dream box, yo. I feel around in my pocket and find a slip of paper the Rosetta had sewn into it. The one with an address on it. I breathed a sigh of relief as I find it still there. Can you tell me about her? Of course. Barrel Orphanage, Bremen. The day when Rosetta would enter the Sweet Dream Box was coming soon. With a heavy heart, I arranged to meet her for a chat in the cabinet one last time. She came at the agreed time. I heard her light footsteps come to stop in front of the cabinet, and then she opened the door to climb inside. Huh? Why aren't you in here? I pushed her in the cabinet and wedged the door shut with the broom. What are you doing? I'm sorry. Rosetta exploded into a snarling wail, and the cabinet door rattled frantically as she pounded it with her little fist. I backed out of the warehouse, and her cries faded away as I closed the door. I was sure House Mother would find her by dinner time. I'm sorry, Rosetta. I felt my way around Rosetta's room and climbed to the Sweet Dream Box that had been placed there. Oh, yo! Yo! Okay, so that's how she got to Galatea. That's how she got to Galatea. So Rosetta would have been sent to Galatea. By the time I woke up again, I had no idea where I was. A voice spoke by my ear. Ah, lab assistant. That's Lucas. That's Lucas talking. Next, Rosetta, age 11. My heartbeat raced with nervous heat every time the cold instrument pressed against my body. Dr. Ragusa, this girl doesn't match her information. There's something wrong with her eyes. So, it was meant to be Rosetta, but it was the blind girl instead. And that's how the blind girl, that's how she took the name Rosetta. Never mind, let's not waste time. If her other organs are fine, then send her in. Send me in? But where to? Is he a doctor? Will he cure my eyes? My mind began to wander nervously as I lay on the cold, hard slab. My memories of what happened next are a jumbled mess. I couldn't understand what was done to me. All I could feel was the endless pain. In my mind, countless gleaming needles grew larger and larger in an endless sea of darkness. A vortex of pain surrounded me, and my consciousness was peeled away. We awakened, then peeled away again, like a bleeding wound that was repeatedly opened up, drowning me in an abyss of eternal wails. I screamed and struggled with all my might until all the words I could think of lost their meaning, and only Rosetta's resentful cries echoed in my ears. I don't know how long it was until I was aware of my surroundings again. The place around me seemed to have changed, and all I could hear was a war of machinery, while all I could smell was a horrible rotten stench. Hey, still alive? What is this place? Who are you? This is their garbage dump. I'm Pavel, the supervisor here. The garbage dump? Experimental rejects like you all get dumped here. I was missing a helper, and since you were still breathing, I dug you out. Yo, she's in the fucking Naito dump then. Well, don't just stand around. Help me move the corpses. Pavel didn't wait for an answer and walked off. All I could do was follow the sound of his footsteps. The ground below my feet was uneven, and I tripped over things every now and then. Soon Pavel noticed. You're not blind, are you? God damn it, I found a live one. At last, but it's still trash. He angrily picked me up and dumped me into the boot of a car. Bam. The rear hatch slams down. Just as I was about to pass out from the lack of air, the boot finally opened and I greedily inhaled the fresh air. This is it. Take it. What? Before I could figure out what was going on, several hands grabbed me and roughly dragged me off the car. I sensed danger, so I instinctively struggled free and ran upwind. I heard gunshots and Pavel's screams, but I couldn't look back. All I could do was run towards with all my might. Fortunately, I met this Pavel. He doesn't want to hurt me. He even gave me food. So, the original Pavel, so like, yeah, he definitely must have been like some kind of like parodious like soldier, or like some kind of like natural reject maybe or something. So maybe it must have been like a Stretlet. I'm going to assume maybe it was like a Stretlet or whatever. It's a long story. I'll tell you after I wake up. Sure. Perhaps it's because I've exerted myself too much today, but I feel a little giddy and my body is light, as though I'm going to become a balloon at any moment and fly off into the sky. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm just a little tired. What are these marks on your body? You look like you're sick. I'm sorry. I forgot you can't see. It's alright. I'll just sleep for a bit. I slowly curl up against Pavel's leg and drift off into dreamland. As I'm about to fall asleep, I remember that I haven't told Pavel. My name is Rosetta, and that's how she got the name. It's not my real name, but I don't have any others. Then I will be Pavel. It doesn't matter what our names are. You are you, and I am I. I laugh, and then my dreams enfold me. And then somehow they got on the train, and where the fuck does Pavel even get the money from? So like Pavel got go dust somehow, and like And like, I'm trying to think of like, what kind of jobs could he even do to get gold dust? In the suburbs of Warsaw, Rosetta is asleep, and her little head leaned against Pavel's leg. Money from the cool rock collection? I mean, like, would you even need, would you even need, like geologist, like, in the future? Like, if it's this bad in the future? It makes me wonder, like, what the cool rock collection was. Like, was it, like, was it, like, actually precious gemstones? Was it, like, rubies and shit? Or was it just, like, really cool geological rocks? I mean, okay, wait. So, like, archaeology must still be a thing in the future, even though, like, it sucks because Fern is a thing in Project Neurocloud, and in Project Neurocloud, Fern, she's an archaeologist. So, I guess archaeology is still important in Girls Frontline, but, like, maybe not as important as, like, being a doctor is or something. Okay, so Project Neurocloud, both Project Neurocloud and Girls Frontline happens after World War III. And Project Neurocloud does show that they made civilian dolls that, like, are not necessarily, like important for, like, humanity to, like, reconstruct or whatever. Because Maghilda was a boxing doll. Fern is an archaeologist. You also have, like, a fucking doll that, like, it's good at eating food and shit. I believe she was, like, I believe they called her, like, a gastronomist or whatever. So, they got, like, food-eating dolls. They have, like, archaeology dolls. They have boxing dolls and shit. So, I guess humanity will still make pointless jobs, even, like, when we're on the brink of, like fucking radiation and shit. I don't know. I feel like IOP should be making, like, a bunch of, like, radiation dolls or something. Like, their main job is to, like, explore, like, radiation zones and, like, fight zombies or something. Like, come to think of it, is that not a job? That should be a job or something. I feel like IOP should probably have, like a subset group of anti-zombie T-dolls or something. Like, that should be, like, their one job or whatever. Maybe even give them, like, anti-radiation, I don't know, like, limbs or, like body parts or something. Like, they could be, like, dolls that, like, are sent to, like, explore out into, like, the yellow zone and, like, the red zone. And, like, they just hunt down zombies and shit. Like, they would clear out, like, red zone and yellow zones. So that way purification towers could be set up some more. It kind of feels like that's what they should do, honestly. If they cared more about trying to, like, fix, like, the entire world and shit. Because it seems like they don't do enough of that. We have those, it's called Stalker. Not enough, man. We need more. We need more. Honestly, though, like, I feel like politics shouldn't even be a problem anymore. Like, it's like, guys, like, we literally nuked the entire planet. It's like, we should be making nothing but, like, purification towers, like, everywhere and shit. It kind of reminds me of like, a lot of, like, post-apocalyptic, like, RPG games I played. There was one I played on the Dreamcast. On the Dreamcast, there was a post-apocalyptic RPG I played called Evolution. It was a dungeon crawler. It was a dungeon crawler RPG. And, like, it's set in the far future after, like, humanity, like, had, like, a very huge war and shit. And the people that survived, they lost, like, a lot of technology. But, like, technology was still around, like, in ruins, though. And the ruins were the dungeon crawling parts. And people would go to those ruins for, like, money and shit. They would call it, like, adventurers and crap. And they would look for, like, anything that they could salvage. And they would bring it back to the cities, so that way they could, like, sell it and make money and shit. And like, there are weapons in the ruins, too. And the weapons, the adventurers take for themselves. And the weapons you couldn't recreate, because it was made with lost technology. So they would just survive off those lost weapons as adventurers. But one thing I remember, though, about that RPG game is that, like, humanity mostly was actually, like, kind of, like, all together, though. Like, they weren't really trying to kill each other anymore. Like, the war was over. So humanity was just trying to, like, basically just kind of, like, reconstruct itself. And they were basically trying to survive based on, like, old technology and shit. Like, I don't know, I guess, like, during the war, like, all the scientists died or something. So, like, there was, like, no more smart people in the world and shit. And then, like, whatever technology they did find, they had to, like, get whoever was smart, and they had to, like, try and, like, you know, like, open it up and figure out how it works and shit. they had to like try to like figure out how like the old tech works, and they could like remake like light bulbs or like electricity. They were basically living like it was like the 1600s, like 1600s or like 1700s. Humanity's like they went through like their own like World War III basically, and like the technology went all the way back to like pre-electricity or something. They did have robots though. Robots were a thing, but the robots were lost technology though. So like whatever robots were around, like you could not recreate the robots. And the robots had to like charge up their electricity like in the ruins, because the ruins was like one of the few places where they could charge. It was a pretty interesting RPG. It was on the Dreamcast. Pavel is at a loss for what to do next. He stays put, not daring to move. She is severely malnourished, both light and skinny, and it feels as though she might disappear into the wind if he had just moved her a little. What about these marks? The other humans don't have these. As he looks at the strange marks on Rosetta's arms, a feeling of unease fills Pavel. He opens his simple search engine and starts searching up the characteristics of those marks. Several seconds later, he gets an answer. It's ELID. ELID. Eurosky Low Emission Infectious Disease. Pavel remembers what his human supervisors said while working on the Siberian wastes. I'm not going in there. Only you tin cans can survive down there. Humans who go out there would become ELIDs in minutes. At what point you wouldn't even be let aboard the train, to say nothing of getting home. At that point, it would seem it is very infectious and very dangerous disease for humans. Pavel's heart aches as she. I mean, I see she and he in the same block, so that must be a typo. And to be fair, it's a robot. It's a robot, so it doesn't really matter like what pronoun you use for Pavel. Hey, maybe someday we might get Pavel as a T-doll. Pavel would get a fucking waifu body. Who is sound asleep. He looks at her like he was looking at a pitiful rose that has been removed from its case and gnawed by maggots. He wants to do something for Rosetta. After all, she is the first human he has seen after so long that made him feel that roses might exist. The Galatea Corporation has just released a new anti-ELID wonder drug, Iden, which is both cheap and effective. The drug labs under Galatea have been shut down. As after a piece of ELID-related news streams past his eyes, his heart rises and falls like a roller coaster. Does that mean that Pavel's using free Wi-Fi? It must mean he's on free Wi-Fi, right? So, like, it doesn't matter that, like, he's essentially in the slums. Even the slums have Wi-Fi. If I could go to Berlin, then I might be able to find a cure. How do humans heal their damaged bodies? Do they have some kind of human-specific machine oil? Is this Iden their hope for treatment? Pavel notes down his thoughts in his neurocloud and decides to take Rosetta to Berlin for treatment, and then to Bremen to find Belle's orphanage. Pavel, I had a dream where I went home. Yeah, I'll send you home. Rosetta rubs her sleepy eyes and slowly sits up. First, we'll go to Berlin, and then to Bremen. But I don't have any money. It's alright, I have some money that I saved up. Pavel looks down at the little bag that 634 had given him. It's full of little rocks. Ah shit, time to sell the rocks! 634, your sacrifice will not be in vain. It is time to make money off the rocks. While he was on the Econo train, he learned that it was called Sardis gold, or the raw form of gold bullion, of our currency. What? No way! Wait, you're telling me that he's literally been walking around with gold the entire time? How has he not been jacked this entire time? I feel like he probably would have gotten robbed or something. Pavel doesn't know if it'll be enough to get Rosetta back to Bremen, but he wants to try. I met a scalper on the train. I asked her how to buy tickets. He's literally been walking around with gold. Yep, I'll listen to you. Several hours later, Pavel returns to the abandoned house he found. Upon hearing his footsteps, Rosetta waves weakly at him. Because no one looks at generic robot. If he was a waifu bot, then he probably would have got jacked a long time ago. You're back. What's wrong? Pavel drags a massive suitcase over, but doesn't speak. How could he tell Rosetta that she can't board the train because she is sick? That she can only sneak aboard in a suitcase? Pavel looks at her blank eyes, and in the end, he decides to lie to her. I'm sorry, Rosetta. I only had enough money for one ticket, so I'm afraid you had to suffer a little. It's alright. I'm happy just to be heading home. Okay, let's see if it fits. Pavel opens the suitcase and lays it on the ground, then gently lays Rosetta inside. After Pavel closes the suitcase, he hears Rosetta giggling inside. What? I remembered my time in the orphanage. I always hid in places like this, until she found me. Pavel, tell me a story. I often hear you flipping pages, so tell me about the books you've read. Alright. Lowly abduction. Pavel sits beside the suitcase, and Rosetta curls up inside. Once upon a time, there was a prince that came from an asteroid. His asteroid was small, much smaller than our Earth. He was the only person on his asteroid. He lived there with this Rose. Rose? Oh yes, the Rose was a strange one, fragile and sensitive, and she could only survive inside a glass case. In order to protect herself, the Rose sprouted thorns all over herself, but always pricked the prince, who was closest to her. The prince could not bear it, and decided to leave that asteroid and go see the world. I don't think the Rose did it on purpose. Yeah, I agree. After leaving his asteroid and having many adventures, the prince realized that the fragile Rose had simply wanted to embrace him. But because of the thorns that had grown to survive, she couldn't keep herself from hurting him. Did the prince go back to make up with the Rose? Later on, every time the prince looked up into the starry sky, he saw each and every star as that Rose. His unique, irreplaceable Rose. Rosetta's eyes close again, and Pavel pulls a blanket over her. Someone once told me that this world was no longer suitable for fragile roses to live in. But then I found you, so young and small, that you hadn't even been able to grow thorns to protect yourself. I want to see you grow proud and strong without having to sprout thorns, so you can embrace your loved ones without harming them. When that time comes, I will report to the recycling station, and when I do, I'm sure the sky will fill with roses. Pavel looks at Rosetta's sleeping face and imagines the night sky with roses blooming across it. Several days later, aboard the Future, in the second-class carriage. Hey! Suzumi Haruhi! That's old school. A massive impact flings a suitcase in the baggage rack and throws Rosetta out. Rosetta! Pavel. The cabin spins end over end, but Pavel's gaze is firmly fixed on Rosetta. She's fallen from her glass case again, rolling around in its dangerous world. Once the carriage comes to a rest, Pavel rushes to her side. Pavel, I'm fine. Good lord, look! There's an infected here. No wonder the PV system kept going off all this time. We need to get her off the train. Don't touch her! Whoosh. Pavel swings his wrench, and it's supposed to courage burning in his heart. Is he insane? I won't let any of you hurt her. Pavel, who has always been docile, suddenly snarls at the humans and dolls around him. The wrench in his hand is no longer a simple track maintenance tool, but a dragon-slaying sword. But in herself alone, she is more important than all the hundreds of other roses. And now here is my secret, a very simple secret. It is only with the heart that one can see rightly. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Behind him is his eternal angel, his Rose, for which there is no substitute. He must fight on, for Rosetta's sake. Damn, bro! Pavel got his own, like, fucking hero's arc. Pavel legit got a fucking hero's arc. GFL makes best couple. Rosetta X Pavel. You mean Blind Girl and 612. Blind Girl and 612. J X Mona. No, Mona's been NTR by the commander already. Yeah, Mona is Griffin now. Yo, I'm about to go fucking oath Mona. What's Jay gonna do about that? What's Jay gonna do? What's Jay gonna do if I oath Mona right now? I got 4 oath rings. I could use one. I could use one on Mona. Come to think of it, what's her oath line? I kind of want to see what her oath line is. What's her oath line? 5-star SMG. All right, where is she? Where is she? What's her oath line?
私はあなたの護衛で、私の職務はあなたの安全を守ること。それを取り除いたら、ただの。
Wow, it's so like emotionless.
何一つない。でも、あなたが選んでくれたことはとても嬉しい。
Yo, there's like no emotion in this at
あ
all.
なたの選択なら、騎士としてもちろんとことんついていくよ。ありがとう、指揮官。
She only looks at the commander like a friend. There's no romance. There's absolutely no romance in this at all.
戻ったわよ。みんな喧嘩しなかった？
It's not like the other girls that like actually like the commander. Alright, so all that's left, honestly, for side stories is Baba Luba and Nikolai, which I don't give a shit about. So, alright, I can finally do this now. Alright, before I actually do a run, I need to like fucking like see what to expect. So, I would turn off auto resupply, and let me see what I'm working with. Let's see what I'm working with here. Let's see what I'm working with. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. So let's see. I'm allowed 8 doll echelons, and I'm allowed 4. I'm allowed 4 coalitions. Okay, got it. Got it. Need to kind of check things out. Need to check things out here. Just send out some random squads. Let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? Alright. During results element, you get 10,000 points, 2,000, 5,000 points for every occupied helipad. Got it. Alright, we got a gorilla. I call them gorillas. Gladiators, same thing. Okay, not too bad. Just average doppelsoldier gorilla team. And there's 2 more back there. Got it. We got some sword. We got some swordy Naitos here. No snipers. No sniper Naitos. Alright. Not too bad. What else do we got? We got like one of these. I call them cheerleaders. I call these guys cheerleaders because that's honestly what they are. They kind of just like sit in the back and they kind of like just buff and debuff. Yeah, see, there he is. He just sits in the back. And does nothing. I see a question. I see a question mark. All right. So a couple of laser dudes. More swords. Ah, this is a big. We got SMGs. We got some SMGs in this one. Oh, we have snipers. All right, we got snipers in this one. All right. Hawkeye. All right, that's the dangerous one. Squad even star. Standby, capture HQ, eliminate enemies. Okay, so I don't get to control. I don't get to control them. I just tell them what to do. Okay. All right, cool. Friend echelons cannot be directed in combat. Got it. This is one way, so I can't go this way. Seize the heliport corresponding in the area. Top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Ah, I see. Okay. Alright. That is that's also like a one-time thingy. Okay, so I can't move from here. I can move up, but then I still can't move to the side. Then I have like these three. I have like these three here. Ah, there's even more peeps over here. Okay. All right. Alright, let's restart. We'll restart. Alright. I'm honestly just gonna like just give like both of the maps kind of like just a compulsory like try for the sake of trying, and then like I may or may not do like a Monday before maintenance stream, but like it depends how I feel on Monday. Looking at my work schedule, like I will be home before the Tuesday's maintenance on Monday. So like Monday, if I feel like it, I could decide that like I just want to stream on Monday after work or something, but that just depends how I feel after Monday. That would depend. That would just depend. You may assist allies in completing their mission. Allies you assist can assist you in your next battle. You can complete the stage again to select the allied squad. Got it. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my, I've seen that picture before. Yeah, Jay getting NTR. I've totally seen that before. Poor Jay. Hey, you guys remember when Jay was asking Moradao for a date? You guys remember that? You think Jay still wants to date Moradao? Okay, I see. Alrighty. Yeah, Jay definitely grew on me. Like, I don't really care about K anymore, but Jay though. Jay's a pretty chill guy. I like Jay. Honestly, like, I wouldn't mind seeing Jay, like, lead Statesec to be, like, a Griffin commander. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool, I think. Alright, I definitely need to start, like, redoing some echelons here. Alright. This is, like, my fucking, like, just grinding team for 13-4. Okay, so... Alright, I have you... And, okay, you're doing that. All right, that's whatever. That's assuming I bring them out. I may or may not bring them out. Too lazy to start changing teams that like I've already made. So like, I'll change out the necessary teams that like I have to change out. Like you, for example. I will change out whoever I need to change out. Alright, so you... And you... And I gotta start putting someone else in here. And need a handgun so I can fucking see. I need to see where the hell I'm going. See, I'm gonna change you. I'm gonna change you. I am much too lazy to like look up like any like meta teams or anything like that, so I'm just kind of just picking at random. Maybe I'll do it for a Monday stream if I ever feel like I want to do a Monday stream. I'll see how I feel. Let's see how I feel in the future. Where's my night vision? Where's my night vision shit? I'm gonna take that. And take that. Focus chip. I only have like one of these things. I gotta get more. I gotta get more of those focus chips. All right, cool. Oh, let's take out that command fairy. Take out the command fairy. I don't need that anymore. Nope. Let's not do that. Let's go ahead and just bring in beach fairy. That's fine. All right, this also needs to be like another team or whatever. Just gonna start randomly picking shit. You know what? Like I like Grape Chan as a meta unit, but like I don't like her as a person. I don't like how she's a compulsive liar. Can I make a formation with Colibri somehow? Like I would need to like do this or something. Yeah, that'd be kind of hard. That'd be kind of hard for me to do, unless I do that. Yeah, no. If I use Colibri, I need to actually like think about like where I actually need to place her. I'm not like I don't have the free mind space to do that right now. I do not have the mind space for that. Again, that's not gonna work. I'm actually really glad that Project Neurocloud doesn't do like weird kind of like buffing tile shit. So that way, like in Project Neurocloud, I can kind of just like slap units together. Project Neurocloud's better for me. Night vision equipment usually doesn't really matter too much for handguns, but like I'll still put it on them anyway. Too lazy to go through like my pure calibrated night visions. I need beach fairy for this team. All right, cool. All right. I don't know like how good these teams will do if I have to bring them out, but it's just something just to do for the sake of doing. All right, bring out the Hawks. Bring out the Hawks. All right. I definitely want you. 3 heavy helipads though. It feels like it's been a while since like I got a chance to use like 3 heavy helipads. Oh, okay. Well, only 2. Got it. Okay, let me go ahead and just take you out then. There we go. And boop, boop, boop. Oh yeah, the only reason why this team is here is just like they can sit in the dorms and get affection. All the fucking new bitches. I need one last new bitch. I need like the machine gun chick. Gotta grind up that second Infinity map a few more times. Okay, so we got team Ludmilla over here. Hey! So we're not supposed to know who she is right now. There's SCR. We're not supposed to know who she is, but we know who she is in Eclipse and Soros though. There's Even Star. There's Morning Star. Morning Star is hounding me with this MG338, which I don't have because I couldn't grind her in the last event. All right. I feel like I am obligated to try and save Ludmilla, even though I know Ludmilla's technically dead though. Ludmilla's dead. She's dead. She's gone. She's gone. I will save her. I will save her. All right. Let's see. Man, I can't fucking see shit. Like, the UI is, like, in my way. Alright, I'm gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Bring out Hunter. Oh, that shit's not connected? I legit could not see that last time. I literally could not see that. There's so much going on with the UI that like I was unable to see it. Yeah, then I can't move in the opposite direction. All right, let's go ahead and let me go ahead and restart this. I have like too much shit on the screen right now. Oh yeah, no, I can see it right here. For some reason, I didn't notice it. I didn't notice that there was no line. There's like no line right there. All right, so I guess I'll just put someone there randomly. Okay. All right, so these are my these are like my actual offensive teams then. All right, that makes sense. Yo, this music is going hard right now. It doesn't need to go that hard, but it's going pretty hard. At least until the music shuts down, like always. Music always be turned off. I'm only allowed 2 Hawks, but thanks to coalitions, I can have extra Hawks. Alright, time to start killing some shit. Alright. I don't know, like, which team that, like, you're meant to, like, I don't know which team you're meant to help, but like I'm just gonna kind of pick at random like which teams I help. I will pick at random. The mission briefing said I'm allowed to help 3 teams. I'm only allowed to help the 3. So that's gonna be a 4th team I don't help then. I remember when like the Doppel soldiers like first came in the game, and like everyone's all like, use Grape. Grape is the anti-Doppel soldier character or whatever. But like that was back when they only sent like 1 or 2 at you at a time. It's like they're sending in so many at you that like it kind of doesn't really matter anymore. Grape can only shoot so many with her special skill. Oh, there's a lot of helipads here. One, 2, 3. Yeah, it'll reach. Okay. Oh, come to think of it, I should have had like a fucking coalition unit like in that middle part. That coalition unit could have actually helped or something. Oh yeah, snipers. Forgot about the snipers. We got the sniper team here. Ryby rolls, no! Yo, I saw Ryby Rose lose like 3 dummies, like all at once. Oh, and there's the music. There goes the music. It's like, I know the music was gonna like go off eventually, but I didn't think it'll be like 2 battles. So annoying. I don't have a fix. I legit don't have a fix for that. All right. All right, so I could put a coalition here that like could be like a secondary hawk, at least for like the bottom battles. Since, like, whoever is down here can't really help in any capacity. I'm cool with that. I guess it doesn't really matter, like, what I give her. Alright, I still got this asshole here. I probably want to take care of that. I gotta make sure my hawks, like, don't accidentally get attacked or something. I've done that before, where, like, I forgot about my hawks, and then, like, my hawks had to get repaired. And I remember, like, it was, like, what, 26 hours to, like, repair a hawk or whatever? It's like, who's got time for that? I remember, like, in Conco, it actually would take more than 1 repair ticket to, like, repair, like, your heavy battleships and shit. Like, You would have to use like 5 repair tickets or some shit. It wasn't like a one time thing or whatever. You needed multiple repair tickets. That's a lot of shields. That is a lot of shields. God damn it, I can't keep like leaving the stage just to get back my music. It's really annoying. I should just like play my own GFL music at this point. I always lose it. God damn, I always lose it. Yeah, I definitely want to take care of that, Bass. I guess that's what I'm gonna do for my last two action points then. The only time like I ever use my phone to play GFL is if I want to log in like during my break at work or something, just for like logistics. But like I've never actually played the game on my phone though. I do have like an HDMI cable that like I could plug into my phone to my computer on my capture card if I ever actually want to like use my phone hardware, but like I'm not gonna do that though. But I could though if I wanted to. I could. I'm going to assume that like the machine gun team is going to be the team I don't want to help because like machine guns aren't really that meta right now. So like I'll go and help out like the other teams then. Ouch! Dang, I lost like 3 dummies on Railroad like all at once. Really? One battle. One fucking battle. And I lose my music right away. That's annoying. I actually never checked if they even had like night vision on them. Thank God they do. Alright. Because I think in the previous stream I gave them daytime equipment for like one stage or something. Oh, good! I could do that now? Okay. I no longer need to leave the stage anymore. I could just go to echelon formation. That works. That works for me. That's a lot less annoying, definitely. I don't know, like, if these bitches can do anything. What's your team? Machine gun, machine gun... Shotgun, shotgun. Okay, got it. What's your team? Machine gun, shotguns. Alright. It always kind of annoys... I know that power levels aren't really important in Girls Frontline, because power levels were never important, even, like, at the beginning of the game. But, like, it always annoyed me how shotguns and machine guns, they inflated. They, like, super inflated your power level. If I remember right, I think the highest that you could get is like 500,000. It's like a very specific team. It's like 500,000 or like 400,000 like power level. But like, it's like the worst team you could ever make in this game though. It's like a very specific machine gun shotgun team. It's kind of stupid. Oh. Oh shit. Oh wait, this is good. Okay, that's fine. Okay. For a second, like I thought like I exposed my my hawks, but they're not exposed. Just making sure that my hawks are not exposed. Don't expose your hawks. Don't expose your hawks. Are we good? I guess we're good. I guess we're fine. I don't know how good this team is. I guess this team is decent. Oh, they're actually doing better than I thought they would. I mean, it's a pretty random team though. It's super random. But I guess as long as like it has some form of functionality though. Cause I remember like the old like Griffin teams that you used to be able to send out like back in the previous chapters, in the old chapters, they used to be really jank. They used to be like SMGs and rifles like together in the same team or whatever. There's so much shit going on the screen, I can't keep up with it. I see sledgehammers, I see SMGs. Oh no, I lost like 21 HP on Hunter. P9. I'm getting 2-star T-dolls, even though this is like technically like so far away from area SO9 or whatever. It's a Team Ludmilla. Is Team Ludmilla okay here? I don't know if Team Ludmilla's okay here. Team Ludmilla has no Hawk support either. I think Team Ludmilla's in a bad place. They in a bad place right now. If Team Ludmilla had Hawk support, they'd be fine. They do not have Hawk support. No! Hey, Ludmilla, where's your kamikaze bombs? Where's your tactical support? Where's your tactical fire? They were unable. They were unable to do the battle. Alright, how about this team? What? This is Noonday? I think this is Team Noonday. How do you guys... There's no Hawk. There's no Hawk support here. I'm pretty sure these guys get infinite shields too eventually. So I don't think this team's gonna really cut it. Oh yeah, they did. They definitely need Hawk support. They super need Hawk support. It's too bad that HP is only safe for boss characters. So like regular echelons like this, their HP doesn't get saved. Well, I tried. How dare I send them to die? No. I'm getting. It's tactical retreat. It's not to die. I was getting information. All right, I was getting information. It was for the good of the mission. All right, it was for the good of the mission. It was very tactical, all right? It was very tactical. So, Team Evenstar survived. Team Morningstar has not gone into a fight yet, but they are surrounded. They are surrounded right now. Team Morningstar, I gotta go and save. There's like one thing down there that I'm gonna have to go and check on. It was a very tactical, very like my plans are beyond your comprehension. It was for the good of the mission. The good of the mission. Use a quick repair just to recover that, like, 60 HP she lost. Alright, let's see. Alright, so I'll go ahead and just do this then. Oh, damn, you lose that many points for retreating? Damn, okay. I'll have to make sure not to do that next time. Wow, I didn't realize you lose that much for that. Also, my dumbass thought those were heavy helipads for some reason. Alright, so I lost points for no reason. Yeah, I literally lost points for no reason. That absolutely did not need to happen. But you know what? You learn. You live, you learn. You live and you learn. Let's go ahead and get rid of that asshole. Oh. I hit the planning mode. For some reason, like, it didn't. There it is. It's Arctic Warfare all over again. It's funny because, like, it was like the Chinese red letter or whatever. And, like, I remember, like, they did change it for the EN server. So, like, for the EN server, like, they made it so that way we didn't have to farm the Jupiter cannon. If I remember right, for the EN server, they changed it so that way we can farm the red letter thing, like, on any enemy. But, like, in the Chinese server, like, they made it so that way you had to farm, like, Jupiter cannon specifically, or whatever. Yeah, very, very specifically Jupiter cannons. Alright, take out this asshole. Oh, I forgot to recover Wererod's dummies. I forgot that she lost like 3 dummies. Whoopsie doodle. Wererod, no! Ah, shit. Alright, hold on. I want to make sure that I don't lose that affection. Alright. Alright, once she gets down to that one dummy. Once she gets down to that one dummy. Alright, no harm, no foul. We're fine. Alright, mission accomplished. Alright, what do we got? Okay, I'll move you down. I'll move you down. Just to get that helipad at least. Ah, this is connected to that now. Okay. Alright, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. One, two, three. Yep, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Get that Hawk support. Sniper Fairy only using like one fairy command definitely seems like they could up it to like 3 or 5, but one's fine. I'm okay with that. I remember the old Sniper Fairy. Old Sniper Fairy used to fire one time. Like, it was like a one-time thing. And like, that's what made Sniper Fairy suck. If I remember right, the old Sniper Fairy, I think it was like on a 6-second delay. Like, it was like an obscenely long delay. It was like 5 or 6 seconds. And then like, Sniper Fairy would also like overkill. I think Sniper Fairy used to like overkill like an enemy unit. So like, Sniper Fairy just wasn't that useful. I remember Sniper Fairy being really mid. Yeah, Sniper Fairy was just weird. And that one shot probably didn't kill anything you really needed. Exactly. I think I remember. I think there was like literally like one instance where like the Sniper Fairy was actually useful. I think I remember it being useful for like, I think it was either like the M16 fight, like when M4 fought M16, or like it was like for a different boss battle. But like, it had like one very specific niche use for like the old Sniper Fairy. And then like afterwards, like you never want to use Sniper Fairy. Like, it had like one edge case. You had to like make sure that the old Sniper Fairy like hit the target that you want to hit. I'm pretty sure it was used for the M16 fight. I think I remember the M16 fight was also like a community event. It was like whoever could kill M16 the fastest or whatever like that. Mika, I'm still waiting on the day that I can oath Hawks. Even if I have to use like 3 oath rings. Maybe they could make it different. Like instead of like oath ring, it'd be like an oath bracelet for like the Hawks or something. I remember that Azure Lane. Azure Lane also has like story significance for the oath rings as well. But like I don't remember the story significance for the rings in Azure Lane. But I remember Azure Lane having something like that though. There was something about the oath rings having like a story thing about them. I feel like I remember that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on fighting people in this area. I do really like the wedding dresses in Azure Lane though. Even though I don't play it, I see the wedding dresses. The wedding dresses are like really good in Azure Lane. They're amazing. They're amazing in Azure Lane. Come on. Trying to switch it here. There we go. Huh, that feels weird. I've done like maybe like 6 battles so far, and the music hasn't cut off. It almost feels kind of sus for me now. It feels very sus. The music is not cut off. Oh no, I believe you, because I remember the Oath Rings being a thing in like the single player game, and the single player game I did enjoy. I still have it installed on my computer. I still have it. Yeah, I did enjoy the single player game. Resupply. All right. 1, 2. Okay, so like every 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and they're not gonna get into a fight. All right, that's fine. All right, we're good. All right, I couldn't go and save Morningstar. Hopefully, Squad Morningstar is fine. We'll see how Morningstar fares. And then I can't summon up anything else. Yeah, no more. All right, Team Morningstar, I believe in you. Oh, they have Mass here. Yeah, I forgot. Mass has that one skill where it's like, if it does like a certain below amount of damage, she's straight up immune. That's actually pretty nice. Damn, this team is pulling weight. I didn't think they would be that good. And then Team Ludmilla died instantly. We got the Rodarellos. Oh, this is an easy team. This is an easy team to fight. Mass plus Scar duo is immune to a good amount of damage. I'll definitely have to give that a try whenever I get my Scar duel leveled up. Since like I'm too cheap to give them combat reports. They should be leveled up by the time we get to the next event. I do have to admit, after playing Project NeuroCloud a lot, like, I do definitely see a disadvantage with this game when it comes to, like, T-Doll characterizations. Like, we get T-Dolls in batches. We get, like, 5 or 6 T-Dolls all at once, and they don't get stories associated with them most of the time. And, like, with Project NeuroCloud, like, we get, like, 1 at a time. We either get, like, 1 at a time, or maybe we might get 2 or something. But, like, when we do get them, though, they usually get, like, a small story or whatever. The characters in Project NeuroCloud feel more concrete versus Girls Frontline. I guess lore-wise, it kind of makes sense, though, because in Project NeuroCloud, any AI that gets put in Project NeuroCloud, they were put in there for a reason. So everybody has a story in Project NeuroCloud. Whereas, like, in Girls Frontline, a lot of these girls, they didn't have story. They just had, like, they were just there for, you know, whatever reason. Not everybody has a story in Girls Frontline. They're kind of just, like, civilian dolls that became, like, game part of Griffin or whatever. Damn! If only I had Hawk support here. They might have been fun if I had Hawk support. Alright, so MK3A1. She's the only survivor. She is legit the only... She has survivor's guilt now. She's Choco. She's Choco. She saw all her friends die. 0 HP, 0 HP, 0 HP. She had to retreat. Now she has PTSD. I saw my friends die. I saw them die. The commander didn't help us. He didn't send Hawk support. It's not my fault. I couldn't get there in time. I'm sorry. I could not get there in time. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I swear it's not my fault. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Damn. Alright. I think I just lost. Yep, alright. Did not think that like my command base was in that danger. Was expecting it to be an easy fight. It was not an easy fight. Because Destroyer was not there to really fight. She was there just to help out with Hawk support. That was the equivalent of like my Hawk getting attacked. I'm still disappointed that like no side story for Susanna. I would have loved a side story for Susanna. It's like, what's Susanna's story? It's like even though like you're gonna tell me that Susanna was just a civilian doll, it's like I think civilian dolls are cool. I want to learn about the civilian doll story. You know, I want to know. I want to know. What's your story? What's your story? I swear I hit the button. I'm like staring at the screen and like nothing's happening. I feel like I wasted like 30 minutes of my life just because like I had to restart now. It feels like I wasted 30 minutes of my life. Choose my echelon, send out Adeline. Alright, gotta start killing some shit. Okay, so now that I know that like the only team that can fight is like the mass team, I guess I won't put the other girls on eliminate. I guess I'll just have them on standby for now. Since I know all the other girls they won't survive. They will not live. They will not live. Aha! This time I was smart. I got Ryby Bros out of the way before she got shot. Okay, the music went away this time, but now I know I could just go to echelon formation and then the music would come back. There we go. Alright, so I can put you on eliminates. You can eliminate. Go kill some shit. Go kill some shit. And then we gotta go and save Team Ludmilla. Alright. I'll save you, girl. I'll go and save you before you inevitably die. I must save her. I must save her. I won't let your death be in vain. One, two, three. Definitely would like that Hawk support. One thing that this game doesn't have, and I kind of wish it did because Konko and Nikkei have it. Konko and Nikkei have like a music player, and this game doesn't have a music player. I wish it did though. I wish it did. A music player would be cool. I also like that Konko and Azure Lane, they have like a commander base, commander office that you could customize. I mean, like, you could customize dorms for your waifus in the other games, but I still want like a commander office. Or like in Project Neurocloud, if we had like a professor office, or like a professor dorm we could do. Something specifically for the main character. Well, I guess in Girls Online, the commander is not really the main character anymore. The commander ceased to be the main character in Girls Frontline once we start to learn more about like Anti-Rain and like Lunacia and whatever. And Lunacia has been like the ongoing plot point in this game. I guess when you think about it, in Girls Frontline, the story was always like setting up for the Paradias plot because of William. Paradias was always going to be a thing. We were definitely getting set up for that. Repair those dummies off of Wererod. It's too bad that like 4 Hawks is the max, because like I totally would like love to set up like maybe like a 6 Hawk setup or whatever, even if it would be like super impractical. I don't care how impractical it would be. I'd still would love to do like a 6 Hawk setup. Even though like it took a lot of time to set up too, I would love to do like another combat simulation stream where like I get to like mess with like the character stats and shit. Because the last time I did that, we did some funny ass shit. Like I was given like M4 like 300 rate of fire for like her special, and it was like super funny. Obviously, you would never do that in a real game, but it was fun to see how that looks like in a in like a make-believe scenario. I remember like also giving my handguns like 500 like attack power or some shit like that. Oh, I gotta resupply you. Resupply. Everyone needs to get resupplied. Honestly, like, just because of the way, like, the coalition units have, like, that debuff and buffing aura, it's like, I always would want to take a coalition unit with me, even if it's, like, not a specifically good team anyway. Like, they kind of act like it's an aura hawk, in my opinion. Just kind of, like, just send them in just to, like, debuff and buff units. It's like, I'm not even using Adeline here for, like, her hawk capabilities. I'm only using her just because, like, at least she can be a hawk, but mostly just so that way she could, like, buff and debuff units. I kind of forget what the percentage is on that. Oh, I can't look at it from there. I think it was, like, 15%. %, and 6%. Got it. It's better than nothing. Definitely better than nothing. And like I like to have that on. Come on. Resupply. Repair. Man, one turn takes like forever to do. I remember back in the day when you had like nothing to do with your turns. So like it was like a 5 turn map used to be like 5 minutes, and now it almost feels like it takes you an hour just to do ranking sometimes. I think I remember Singularity took me like an hour and a half just to do like one ranking map or something. Yeah, Singularity like definitely took a while. Alright, I'm maxed out on echelons now. Alright, I want that helipad, so I guess I'll take it. There we go. Destroyer is doing her main job now, which is to act as a hawk. You know, I'm not much of a feet person, but like I do appreciate the painted toenails that Hunter has. I'm not much of a feet guy though. Not really much of a feet guy. Yo, like the painted toenails is definitely a nice touch. It's definitely not my fetish though. Not my fetish. I'm actually starting starting to think that like the painted toenails would also be like super out of character for Hunter. Like the only reason she even has painted toenails is because somebody did it for her. It's definitely not because she wanted it. You know, it's like, girl, why do you have painted toenails? It's because Agent did it for me, or whatever. Or like Dreamer. I think Dreamer would do it. Dreamer would totally give somebody painted toenails. Yeah, Dreamer would do it. Let's see how we're doing this. I guess I'll keep you there. And got one action point. Got one action point left. Okay, I know that Even Star is gonna go up here. So I want to move these guys over here, just so that way they have support. I want them to get that support. They should be able to support from here. Yep, they're able to support. They can support. All right. I made sure that I put everybody else on standby, since I know they can't get into a fight. Alright, and with this, I have successfully saved all the other star teams. Now the question is, can I save them? Can I save them all? Is it possible? With my limited amount of action points. Don't know if I can save them. Don't know if I can save them, but we'll see though. We'll definitely see. KSVK. I have Dashvanaya in PNC, but Dashvanaya, from what I read, is kind of just average. So I don't have Dashvanaya leveled up in PNC. Too bad. Too bad. Damn, these guys, they hurt. They hurt. Watch out for the roses. Watch out for those roses. They hurt. I know that the game has to give us T-Doll drops because that's part of the system, but I definitely feel like lore-wise, we should not be getting anything. No more drops. Like, once you get, like, past, like, chapter 10, no more drops. Especially like when like it's an electronic warfare battle. It's like we should not begin any T-dolls at all. Four 16 got MVP? Oh. I wasn't expecting 416 to get MVP there. Yo, it feels like it takes like almost like 10 minutes just to go in between turns. Alright, I have 24 action points. I have 24 action points. What can I do with 24 action points? What can we do with this? What can we do with this? I gotta try and save people. Who needs to be saved? Okay, resupply. I took a measly 7 damage on M1911, and I took like 7 damage on Coleco. So probably don't need to waste any repair tickets on that. Probably not. Alright, Noonday Star. I don't think I can go and save Noonday Star. Noonday Star, she's on her own. She is on her own, definitely. I'm not saving her. I am not saving her. I might be able to save the 2 other teams, though. Look at that! It's just Black Nightos. It's just Black Nightos. No one gives a shit about Black Nightos. This kind of actually makes me wonder about the function card thing in Project Neurocloud. It's like, could we apply function Neurocloud buffs in Girls Frontline? How would that even work in real life? Since like, in Project Neurocloud, the function cards are done like as software upgrades, but I don't know if you could even make that work in Girls Frontline, since Girls Frontline is quote-unquote real life. We're limited to like what they could physically do, basically. There's a limitation. Alright, control panel's been operated. Alright, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This squad Morning Star, this squad Noonday Star. I think I can go and save squad Morning Star, and I could probably save, I'm definitely gonna save Midnight Star. And then Even Star is fine. So, sorry Noonday Star, but I don't think I can help you. I cannot not help Noonday Star. Forgive me, forgive me. I can't save you. But I will accept your mission on your behalf, though. I will accept your mission.
遮蔽物につけ全て任せろ自分のことを信じてあげて彼らに難問を突きつけてあげましょう了解自分のことを信じてあげて全て任せ
Oh, it doesn't really matter. Okay.
今だ行け彼らに難問を突きつけてあげましょう
All right, I will accept your mission. Activate all control panels in the field. All right. You can only accept 3 missions. Mission accepted 1. All right. All right, Ludmilla, you can rest easy. You can rest easy now. Don't worry, Ludmilla. I won't ask you to kamikaze bomb yourself. One, two, three? Yeah, okay. Wow, all those Nightels died at once. You may still be kamikaze depending on what I fuck up. Ludmilla read the great stories of how Star 15 strapped a bunch of bombs to herself. Ludmilla wanted to copy Star 15. She's like, I can do that too. I can also do it. Just like my hero, Star 15. I want to be like my hero. Alright, how we doing this? Okay, this section is fine. Even Star, she can protect herself. She can definitely protect herself. Can I go and save Squad Morningstar? I must save her. I'm coming for you, girl. I'm coming for you. I won't let you die. One, two, three, four, 5. Damn, it's gonna take me that many action points just to get to her. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that actually takes me less action points. Oh, but she'll still be in danger though. I gotta like take out like at least like a second dude. Alright. Oh, but first I have enough girls connected here to like resupply. I think I remember seeing this from somebody like either like in a Discord chat or on Reddit, how someone was like, it's kind of a pain to have to like rotate girls like on helipads, and like the game should have an option where like if you have squads that like are next to each other, then they should be able to like, there should be like a resupply button as long as like as long as like one echelon is on top of a helipad or something. Like if the game already knows that like you're gonna leapfrog characters to get to a helipad, then like that should be like an option or something, which kind of makes sense honestly. Shit, I can't. Ah, okay, it's you. All right. I like literally couldn't tell like which echelon it was that like needed to be resupplied. Yeah, having to leapfrog characters like this is definitely annoying. Oh, there goes the music. There goes the music.
私からすれば当然の結果ね。
Go over to echelon formation. The music comes back. There we go. All right, so Morning Star, Midnight Star, and Evening Star. All right, those are the three. Those are the three that I saved. I'm coming, girls. Ah, shit. Now everybody be connected. Wow. That's kind of confusing now. There's so much shit on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna move you over because I don't want you to get into a fight just yet. All right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. All right, I definitely have enough action points, at least to save Morning Star. I got the action points for it. What the hell? There we go. I will accept your mission. I'll accept your mission, PKP. I kind of wish this game had like a replay function where like you could go back like one turn or something. I kind of wish. Oh shit, there's snipers here. There are snipers here. Shit, girl, you on your own. You are on your own. I don't think there's anything that I can do to save her. Yeah, this is the wrong team. This is the wrong team. You are on your own, girl. Yep. They hurt, bro. They hurt. Okay, so I probably could have saved her if I went like the long way around, because as long as I like get her mission, it's probably fine. Oh, I hit the wrong button. It's probably fine if they die, actually, as long as I get the mission. But that's fine. I got Evening Star and I have Midnight Star. That's fine. I no longer have the action points to save her now. Yeah, I only have one more action point left. If I tell you to eliminate enemies, like, I don't even know, like, which direction she would go in. But I guess I'll tell her to eliminate enemies, just on the off chance she goes in, like, a good direction. Yeah, because I don't know what direction she'll go in. Go ahead and just resupply. This team is just a bunch of regular dudes. I can handle that. The fight probably could have gone different if I had like a different set of Hawks. But no use in mulling over it now though. Alright, that was some easy peasy shit right there. Alright, that is all my action points. It's crazy just like how 20 action points can like disappear like very quickly. Yeah, that shit goes by fast. Squad Morningstar didn't move. Even though I set her on eliminate. Damn, I was hoping like the Doppelsoldier team would fight her. Instead, it was it's the sniper team, so they're not gonna survive. There's no way they're surviving this. Not with all those shields. Especially not with those shields. Yeah. This is exactly what happened last time. I wonder. I don't know if like it'll be any different, like if I like change their positioning at all, but like I guess I'll see if it changes at all. This fight could definitely also go differently too if we had Hawk support. That's a lot of Naitos, yo. That's a lot of Naitos. Couldn't save them. Could not save them. It wasn't in the cards. It wasn't meant to be.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことです。射撃開始。油断した報いだ。いいですね。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
I know that Webley buffs differently, depending on like whether or not she's the squad leader or not. I forget what her buff is when she's squad leader. But I think it was better to have her be just in the echelon as support rather than squad leader. Yeah, the shields are too buffy. The shields are definitely too buffy. If these girls had Hawk supports, they might have been able to win if they had Hawk supports. But there is some definitely like non-meta units in this team though. There's some... You got like the Mexican. You got that Mexican assault rifle here. I remember her like not being meta. Mild buffs to everyone on the field if she's leader. I do remember like the Webley team like sacrificing themselves back in like the Talon submarine base event. It's like we must kamikaze. We must kamikaze ourselves. I think I remember too, like in the Talon submarine base, like there was a lot of like viewpoints from like the T-Dolls, how like they were more willing actually to put themselves on the line because they knew Dandelion backed them up. Like a lot of the T-Dolls before Dandelion backed them up, they were kind of afraid of dying, but then they're like, oh, like Dandelion backed us up, so like we're good now. Instead of like being reset like all the way to like before they got on the train, at least they got reset to like on the train. Alright, gotta take care of some of these bitches here. Oh! I did not protect my Hawk over here. Oh, they died. I did not protect them. Alright, who died? It was 2B? No, not 2B. Yeah, it was MK. MK died. Damn, 10 quick repairs. I was like, oops, there's a dude right there. That's not supposed to happen. I didn't realize that there's a diagonal thing right there. I should have had Hunter go back up to this helipad, since these guys keep on spawning. Might have been nice if I had like a parachute ferry squad here. The parachute ferry squad could just hop on helipad to helipad, just like capturing helipads over the place. That might have been nice. Easy fight, just kind of a mild annoyance. Alright, okay, been operated control panel. Gonna go over here, gonna go ahead and grab that mission. Help this NPC deliver information to any other NPC. Oh, okay. That might take a while. Alright, I'll go ahead and just step on this heliport right here. Alright, that took a few action points. Kind of annoying. Definitely playing catch-up right now. A lot of guys spawned in. The Hawks definitely make a big difference, whether or not like you have like Hawk support or not. And if I want to move like all my Hawks in unison, that technically takes me like 3 extra action points just to move everybody. I was hoping by this turn I would have secured the center area so I could kind of like move off a bit, but I guess you kind of need to spend the first 2 turns trying to save all the star teams. Since it definitely seems like the only team that can kind of like fight on their own is like Evening Star, all the other teams are kind of like in super danger of being wiped out. I'm not gonna do this mission again. I'm just gonna like survive these 5 turns. But like maybe on Monday though. Maybe on Monday I'll give it like another try. I'll try and save all 3 teams again. I lost the 2 teams. Lost the 2 teams. I guess to be fair, you definitely could use some parachute fairy shenanigans to get all the missions at once, even though the game only wants you to take 3 missions anyway. You can't take 4 missions. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that is 8. It doesn't feel like I have 8 echelons on the field, but that's because the Hawks though. And the Hawks count as part of your 8. I guess if I look at this, the bottom side of the map you're closer to, so it's easier to save these guys. So I guess you would want to, you'd want to cap like the top areas first with like the central. But like this central control panel. I did loot Milla only just because of the story, but I guess it's probably better to do the upper areas. You can take all 4 if you take all 4 and complete the last 2 in 1 turn. Yo, I love seeing like all the guys like ragdoll all at once. Love seeing that. Oh, there goes my music. There goes my music. There we go. The only bad thing about, like, if I want to live stream on Monday or not is that, like, I know that, like, that's also, like, when everyone else is playing the fucking game. And, like, the lag on, like, the day before, like, the server maintenance sucks ass. It's super terrible if you're trying to play the event on, like, the last day. So if I do want to play on the last day, it's like, I'm definitely going to have to set aside, like, at least 2 hours if I want to, like, try, like, get a good ranking on the final map. Just because of lag. The lag is so terrible. I'm like keeping an eye on my surplus experience because I have a very bad problem when with getting max on surplus and like not noticing it and like throwing away a extra experience essentially. I know that like it doesn't really matter for like a really old account like this, but like I can't stand the thought of like throwing away all that experience. Resupply. Alright, I'll go ahead and put you on eliminate enemies, because I need you to move closer to me, at least. At least a little bit. And I guess I'll move Adeline down, just so that we could cap this helipad. Yeah, because I need to start capping the helipads here. I gotta fucking recap the ones I lost, which kind of sucks.
What is
It's too bad that you can't like repair them or something. That's why like I want my healing squad. We got healers in PNC. Where's my healers in Girls Frontline? My mechanics or whatever. Even if it's like a healing fairy or some shit. I want that. I want that crap. I remember in the Micro Uzi Digimon story, like, they did say that the prototype fairy, she heals people by giving her parts or something like that. I don't know, like, how canon that is, but, like, it is kind of like a neat little story, though. Like prototype Pharaoh's all like, oh, I can make you better at the cost of my own life or whatever. I like how they also canonize like how stupid Micro Uzi is, because like Micro Uzi, to be fair, didn't have that much characterization before, but like the fandom gave her characterization just because of her tile buffs. Like Micro Uzi has like weird tile buffs, so like the fandom said that she was stupid or whatever, and then like I guess Mika kind of just rode with it. So they made her stupid in her own Digimon story, and then like her whole Digimon story is centered around her wanting to basically be smarter. It definitely feels like some of the Digimon stories took a lot of inspiration from the fandom, because a lot of those characters they didn't really have personalities in the first place. Even if you try to like glean some information from the adjuvant lines, a lot of the adjuvant lines were very generic, so there wasn't much to get from it. Still waiting on that Springfield Digimon. It's like they must know that Springfield must also be like a super fan favorite, so like they don't want to do like a very bad Springfield Digimon story and like piss off like most of the community. They're scared. They're scared to do a Digimon story for Springfield. This is turn 4, and I gotta get to the control panel over here. I mean, I could get there. I could definitely get there. Yeah, you're gonna have to take care of this. 25 action points. Those 25 action points are gonna go by super quick. Want to complete my missions. I must complete my missions. Kill the dogs! Kill the dogs! Alright, I guess I have to use action points now just to like get... I gotta get a hunter over to Ludmilla since I need her to like... I need to like give her the information. Definitely like did not like make the most efficient movement I could have. Oh shit. Okay, wait. Not ready to take on those guys. Maybe I could take on this one at least. Get some points along the way. No Hawk support though. No Hawk support here. Need to rely on just raw damage. Alright, not too bad. Not too bad. Did not need the Hawk support. Complete the mission. Alright, cool. Mission has been completed. Mission complete. Mission complete. Alright, I'll put you on standby. I don't want you getting hurt. Alright, gotta get to this control panel. Gotta get to this control panel. There's a bro there. What am I fighting? What am I fighting? Ah, Oh, wait, no, I'm not fighting you. I'm fighting you over here. Okay, that's it. Alright, I do want some Hawk support. Hawk support would be nice. And then, like, I guess after this, I could just spend time now just, like, just killing extra dudes to get some extra points. Okay, that's my 2 missions. Since, like, those are the only 2 missions I was able to get. Had to waste, like, 6 action points just getting a hunter from, like, one side of the map to the other. Grape-chan got MVP. Well, I guess I don't really need to do anything in this corner. Man, I've definitely noticed that planning mode, it has to, like, think for a bit before like, it actually activates. Because, like, how big these maps are. Planning mode used to be instant. Like, if you go back to, like, chapters, like, 1 and 2, the maps were, like, a lot smaller back then. So, like, the map, like, the game didn't have to think so hard for planning mode. I remember back when they introduced, like, one-way nodes, one-way node travel, like in Arctic Warfare, and we were like, oh my god, that's so cool, they're upgrading the game. And then they added in ferries, then they added in, like, a bunch of other shit. Ferries changed the game big time, too. Like, we were all really excited about ferries. Ferries changed the game a lot. And then Jupiter Cannon. Actually, I really do like the Jupiter Cannon idea. Because with Jupiter Cannons, it's like, they're really hard to take down unless you captured all the nodes around them. If you surround captured a Jupiter Cannon, then, like, the Jupiter Cannon was a lot weaker. Like, I kind of like that, actually. Like I kind of wish they would bring that back for Death Stack. Like, I feel like they could do that for a Death Stack or something. Like, let's say, like, there's, like, a Hydra Death Stack here, and, like, if you control all the nodes around a Death Stack, maybe that would weaken the Death Stack because, like, you are surrounding it. Like, I feel like that would make sense. That would make sense to me, I feel. If you could, like, surround capture a Death Stack. Basically, it wouldn't be based off the node. For the Jupiter Cannon, the Jupiter Cannons didn't move. A Death Stack would move around, but I feel like they could still do that, though. It kind of makes sense to me, honestly. You didn't use Grape a single time? I know that Grape was always, like, used a lot for, like, a lot of future rankings back when she was, like, first brought out. Like, a lot of people would look on the Chinese server rankings, and Grape was always used. Damn, Evening Star. Evening Star is kicking ass.
戦場にのこのこ出てきたもんだ。
I do remember when we were all again prepared for polarized light ranking. Like so many people were trying to like glean strategies from the Chinese server streams or whatever like that, and then like it almost feels like Mika kind of did it on purpose, where like they changed the strategies so that way like we wouldn't be able to copy them or something. It feels like they did it on purpose. Feels like they did it on purpose. It's like we gotta make sure that like every server's ranking is unique. So no copying Chinese streams, no copying Chinese server. I guess I forget which one it was. I think it was Singularity. I think it was Singularity, but like, no, not Singularity. I think it was Continuum Turbulence. That was when like they were still doing voting on like Digimon groups that you wanted in the game, and I remember like we were able to vote between like Saw's Digimon and like, oh god, I forget the other three. It's like I would need to like look back on the Reddit, but like it was between like Saw, M1911, and like non-main characters, not non-main character Digimons, and like I remember people were saying like, oh god, like for this event, guys, like the Chinese server didn't get Saw's Colt Revolver's Digimon, but that'd be really good for Continuum Turbulence or whatever. Make sure you guys vote for Saw. Like everyone was like in argument on whether or not to vote for like meta characters or to vote for waifu and whatever. And of course, not everybody reads the not everybody reads the reads the forums or whatever like that. So a lot of people were getting upset at like the people that did not read the forums, and they're like, oh my god, people are voting for like not meta character or whatever. I remember like being like really toxic too, like on all the forums and shit. So like Mika just stopped asking people to vote for Digimon batches or whatever. People also used to vote for as well, like back when they used to do like boss rush modes. It's like, what T-dolls do you want in the drop rates? And it's like 5-7. 5-7 was always in the voting or whatever like that. People always voted for 5-7. People voted for foul or whatever like that. But it would always get toxic though. It always got like super toxic. So I guess eventually Mika decided like it wasn't worth it to have like the community like at each other's throats. Alright, cool. So damn. That took me way too long to do, and like I actually had like a morning shift this time. So like I literally go to work like in 3 hours. So I'm gonna have to go like grab something to eat. And I guess I'm doing ranking on Monday. I guess that's what's happening. I guess I'm doing ranking on a off-schedule Monday stream, because I'm not gonna be able to play at all. Because I'm gonna be busy the next few days, so I can't even do ranking off stream. So I'm gonna cut it off here because it's 4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. my time, and I start work at 8:30. I start work at 8:30 a.m. So I'm gonna grab something to eat, maybe take a nap, and I guess I'll see y'all bitches on Monday when like I do like last minute ranking on Monday.